some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
And welcome to the Gold Mine. It is Halloween. My name is Corelli. I will be your chef for tonight, and I have alongside me my first order of business, which is to make a whole meal. And I got my boy Dazerin here next to me. How are you, Daz?
I'm good. I'm excited to get this gold mine day started. Obviously, we've had a big exciting lead up to it, but like you said, Corelli, this bracket kind of similar to me in my outfit has been kind of cooking up. So now we're ready to serve you guys the main course of the top 1v1 action Rocket League has to offer. So yeah, I'm ready to get things going.
Yeah, like Daz says, we got a lot of 1v1 Rocket League action coming up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool, see what the players are playing for here today. $5,000 in total. First place walking away with half of it, $2,500, $1,500 for second, and $500 for third and fourth. So a lot of money on the line here, Daz. A lot of burgers that can be bought.
Yeah, definitely a lot of burgers that could be bought. It depends on the type of burger, but I do think that you are walking away with a lot of a big chunk of change here. Now looking at the groups, and no shortage of top quality and competitors here, Corelli.
Yeah, absolutely. Those names on the top of each group are the ones that qualified. First Killer and Chronic there in Group A. We can go ahead and take a look at Group A and see how First Killer and Chronic got to this point. You can see their semifinal matchups. They actually faced each other, where First Killer took them down, and then Chronic took down Jamesbot 4-1. So First Killer and Chronic are at the top of Group A. Let's go ahead and take a look at Group B and see their journey here to the gold mine. It was Mektos and Gengar, and they had a very tight series, Daz, there at the top of the bracket.
Yeah, Mektos has definitely been an interesting player to pay attention to, right? Look at his run as well. Taking out Forky in a sweep. That's a really interesting result, too. And then we move on to Group C. You can see Calm and Lion Blaze ended up qualifying. And with Calm actually taking down Lion Blaze, I think that's a pretty interesting result in its own right, knowing as like Lion Blaze. Last time we saw Salt Mine, Lion Blaze came really close to actually taking it to First Killer. I kind of thought he was kind of like that number 2 player here, but Calm actually doing a pretty solid job here qualifying too. So I think we have one more group in Group D, and let's take a look at that one. Looking at Group D, you have AJ and Sharif, and AJ. We talked about this earlier. AJ and Sharif both ended up taking down Magic Bear, man. That's unlucky.
There's a lot of pain for Magic Bear, unfortunately, but he lost to some solid players. AJ, I think, obviously a lot of people know AJ, and I think a lot of people know Sharif as well. Him popping up here in the gold mine is always good to see. So with the groups all sorted, let's go ahead and take a look at our finals bracket. You can see all 8 players who have qualified for the gold mine and who their first matchups will be. Obviously, at the top, you've got First Killer and Sharif. I think a lot of eyes are on First Killer to take this 1v1 tournament. Obviously, a lot of them point to him to be the best 1v1 player here in NA.
Yeah, and I think it's at this point again that battle for pretty much that number 2 spot, or anybody who can kind of take down the Titan of First Killer is what's going to be important here. You know, you have Mekdos, Lion Blaze on one side of things. AJ and Chronic, I think, is a matchup here. No one sleep on Gengar, despite how wild those camera settings are. So a lot of talent here in this final bracket for sure.
Yeah. So no easy bracket I hear or I would think for either player or for anyone walking into this final top 8. I think everyone here is a very good ones player. And I think also what's interesting too is that top level of ones, no matter what region you're in, you get a lot of experience against each other, whether it's ranked or in these tournaments. So I think these guys are very familiar with what they're walking into. So it'll be very interesting to see how it all pans out. And we were going to jump into our first matchup here. But before we do so, we want to take a look at some of the players that we have coming up. Like we said, it is going to be First Killer and Sharif. Again, all eyes are kind of on First Killer, but as we have seen Sharif pop up here and again in these 1v1 tournaments to be a guy to look out for. And we have some player profiles to get to know him. Just speaking of Sharif, obviously he's from the United States. A player that he admired, I like this, was Cookseer97. And I feel like that's when you know someone's a real OG, because I think a lot of people that have been around for a long time, Cookseer97 would be at the top of their list.
Yeah, you know, I feel like he's probably stressed out right now, especially with all the news surrounding Cookser in his own right. But I do like that. Also, you know, you got to pay attention. I know Corelli's not really an anime guy, but I'm an anime guy. The Akame got kill pick. I like that. I do like that. But first, I'm going with the Hunter X Hunter. I think he has the Killua profile picture too. So he's definitely, if we're comparing the two, like, I think Hunter X Hunter trumps here. But I do like the fact that we get to see a little bit of extra information too. You know what I mean? Like that best extra game mode. First Kill likes to play a lot of hoops. I would love to watch that at some point. Seeing First play hoops.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. With his mechanics, the way he plays, I bet you hoops would be a lot of fun to watch. But we don't get to see him play hoops here. We get to see him play some 1v1. And just kind of looking at the players' roads as well to get here, Sharif, he had to go against some very tough players. When it came up in the winter semis, he had to play AJ. We got 3-0'd. Took down the South American and Brunovisky. He's considered one of the best South American 1v1 players, if not the best. I got to watch a lot of his games during the Salt Mine. And then he finally was able to take down Magic Bear to qualify. So it hasn't been an easy road for Sharif coming into this. It's actually been quite tough. So again, no easy matchup, I feel like, for either player. Or for anyone walking into it. First Killer, I think, had his biggest struggle against J-Bot earlier on, where he went to 5 games with him and then crushed Chronic, who did qualify, but took down Chronic quite easily. So I think, for me, Sharif, he's got to really get a hold, just talking about the matchup, Daz, here, he really got to get a hold on what First Killers bring to the table here and keep up with the pace of play. Otherwise, I feel like First Killer just kind of runs people over in a ones match.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, First Killer does a solid job of just being able to completely take control of a ones match. You can tell, like, he knows when he has that confidence, or like when he has the ability to pressure in certain situations. You can just from watching the gameplay, seeing how fast he can move down the field versus like whether or not that works against someone, or if he wants to kind of control the pace of play and go for like some mind games or just try to play through someone in the air. It really all depends on who he's going against. I do think Sharif has been improving a lot in his ones play. So I think it'll be very difficult for First Killer, but this also is going to be a best of 7. So I mean, it's just like so much to take in, so many adaptations that are going to have to be made over the course of the series for both of these guys. So I mean, I like the fact that we do get to see these teams or these players play in a best of 7, because you really get that true test of skill in that.
Yeah, it is something that we didn't mention coming into this. These matches will be best of 7, and that does kind of, I feel like, change the way a player approaches, especially a ones match. It's a lot of Rocket League to play, first of all. It's a long series as well. So I think for a player like First Killer, his consistency, his proven consistency as well, I think benefits him in the long run, having longer series and stuff like that. So it'll be very interesting to see how things go. But as we get players into the lobby, we are just waiting on First Killer to get into there. So we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have First Killer and Sharif ready to go.
Just take a chance. The thing that
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Gold Mine. So we got a little bit of information here. Right now, we don't have a hold of First Killer. He has until 2:15 Pacific, which is in about 2 minutes. Otherwise, he forfeits this match against Sharif, and Sharif will move on to the semifinal. So we are going to go to a break until we can get Mektos and Lion Blaze set up, which would have been our second matchup of the day. In the meantime, as we're in break, you can go and check up the other matchups, Gengar, AJ versus Chronic on JohnniBoi's channel. So we encourage you to go check out those in the meantime. We're going to stay in a break until we can get Mektos and Lion Blaze all set up. And when we come back, we will have our first match here on the channel. So stay with us. We got more coming up.
found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Gold Mine here. Corelli and Burger Boy Daz to bring you all the action. Well, we didn't have our first round. Unfortunately, First Killer has been disqualified against Mr. Sharif. So Sharif will move on. In fact, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket with the disqualification. Our next matchup will be Mektos and Lion Blaze here. It will be what was the second matchup of the day. You can see Sharif there moving on. So we are going to be moving into Mektos and Lion Blaze. If you want to check out the Com Gengar AJ Chronic matchups, you can go to JohnniBoi's channel. Those will be shown later, or now actually, on JohnniBoi's side of things. So if you're interested in those, you can go there. If you're interested in Mektos and Lion Blaze, you're in the right spot, Daz. We've got Mektos and Lion Blaze coming up here. What do you make of the matchup?
Yeah, so this one definitely going to be an interesting one, right? Mektos has been doing a lot of work in terms of improving in his ones game, and you can see that. Lion Blaze has always kind of been a staple in the 1v1 scene in North America, so I kind of have good expectations here from Lion Blaze, but he's also been struggling a little bit. We've seen him in the group bracket not really do too well, so this one is kind of up in the air. I wouldn't be surprised here, but it definitely would be an upset if Mektos were to take
That he admires is Spuda, of course. I think everyone admires Spuda. So,
yeah.
and Mektos on the other side, Garrett G. I like that. A lot of respect to that guy as well. His favorite anime/cartoon is The Simpsons. So, some interesting information here about these guys.
Yeah, definitely. I like the Heat Seeker mode. I think Heat Seeker 2 is really interesting. A lot of people play Heat Seeker. It helps them kind of, get their kind of boost timing down in terms of like boosting up to the ball. Very, very smooth game mode. I played it recently actually for the Halloween event. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, I doubt these guys are playing too much Heat Seeker coming into this ones matchup, but I think a lot of people would look to this matchup and say like Lion Blaze is the big ones guy, but Mektos, he's been able to take down some tough competitors getting into this one, gets the first goal with a solid challenge.
And Mektos has really been doing like a decent job too. He's gonna be on the dominance here in this run, where I don't really see too many players take on the dominance. I know AJ uses it and he's been doing it, fairly solid with it. But he's kind of on and off with whether or not he uses the dominance. Most people kind of defer to like a Fennec or an Octane. But Mektos seems to say, okay, I like the power that I can get on the Dom. Does get some really solid flicks. He tried to get a nice little mind game there on Lion Blaze too. He's opening this one up with a lot of pressure for sure.
I love that play from Mektos, but what a flick from Lion Blaze. And I was about to say too that The flick game from Lion Blaze has always been so strong. Like that really kind of has been his signature in a lot of the once matches that I've seen from him. Is he's consistent, gets that solid power behind the flick that I think catches out even the most seasoned ones players. Like, wow, he really got behind that one.
He did. I was talking about the dominance getting flicks, but if you know how to flick well on the Octane, I mean, that power. He's already like testing it too with some more of those flicks, and I think that's going to be kind of the game here, at least for Lion Blaze. You know, just a lot of testing touches, what's working, what's not working. Mekdos, again, like haven't really seen too much of him in once, but he's doing a solid effort, at least in terms of, you know, not extending too far forward. He's actually doing great with 0 boost here too. Actually almost came up with a goal.
Yeah. Did really well to stay central on the ball as well. That's a great pop. He put it away. He's got a little bit of boost here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back around it. Shot's a bit too high. Lion Blaze has a second chance. Mekdos, I think, kind of flubbed that second touch, and unfortunately maybe a wasted opportunity there when he had, even with Lion Blaze in the net, just still couldn't get around the ball for a solid shot.
At this point, it's really about making sure you get a good shot, but not with putting yourself in the wrong position. And you can see, like, sometimes Mekdos has gone for things on offense, like that soft touch up front. He gave the possession straight to Lion Blaze, and Lion Blaze was able to almost put the shot on goal. I think Mekdos will know not to make that same mistake again. Meanwhile, Lion Blaze, a lot of these dribbles, you're catching Mekdos on the back foot a lot, but Mekdos actually reads it, and that's a good goal.
Yeah, Mekdos again, a solid challenge here on Lion Blaze. Just the back flip. I don't think Lion Blaze really expected him to go for that. You can see Lion Blaze didn't really sit behind the ball, and he was more just seeing where Mekdos was going to pop it or put it to instead. Mekdos quick on the draw and sitting in the lead here, up by 1.
You know, Mekdos, a couple of shots Lion Blaze ended up putting on Mekdos. Mekdos was facing his own net, and I think that gave Lion Blaze the comfortability to still push the ball downfield, not expecting Mekdos to make a challenge. That's some good speed. I think now Mekdos is starting to really catch Lion Blaze off guard. He picks up another one.
You know, he went fishing, and he got one on the hook with Lion Blaze, baited him out, and then beat him to the ball. That was beautiful for Mekdos, and starting to pull away here. And I think Lion Blaze might have underestimated the speed from Mekdos, especially coming off the wall there.
Yeah, so now like, how do you adapt to that, right? I mean, there's still plenty of time here for Lion Blaze, but
yeah,
he knows that, you know, the old tricks aren't necessarily going to work. So now he's going to take to the air, maybe? He tried to get a bump there on that one, but have to try again. I like the mix-up.
I think it's really tough to take Mekdos to the air, though. You know, at least in the threes game when he's been on plot twists, he's going to get a 4th one here. And again, it's the backflip again from Mekdos. This guy's doing backflips around the field. He's going back to his own side, just backflips it up and over Lion Blaze. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. When I see him, at least in the threes game, he's that guy in the midfield staying behind the ball, kind of disrupting the play. He knows how to make those awkward challenges really pan out for the better. And I think he puts that into his ones game and makes it tough for these guys like Lion Blaze who, you know, may have a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but don't expect the good and kind of random challenges that you see from Mekdos.
Yeah, you know, Mekdos is continuing to kind of keep up on that upswing trend. But Lion Blaze starting to finally get some of that strength back. He's pushing forward here. You know, Mekdos, again, it's about those touches that just put you into that uncomfortable position. Didn't get the best flick, and it kind of cost him there.
Yeah, I don't think he got the flick he wanted there and unfortunately gave up possession. So Lion Blaze gets ones back, cuts the lead in half. Still a lot of work to go. Remember, this is a best of 7, so very long series. A lot of Rocket League left, and maybe more time for Mekdos to keep finding the back of the net.
Seeing Mekdos pick up another one, I mean, now he's able to respond. I like the quick retaliation, especially with knowing how long the series is going to go on. But I mean, at this point, it's so early on. A game to give here would make sense, at least in terms of, you know, like Mekdos coming in could be that underdog, and maybe he might let all of his tricks out in game 1. It could make the series much more easier for Lion Blaze once he gets a read on it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like Lion Blaze kind of does need to get a bit acclimated to what Mekdos is throwing at him. And maybe he has here late into game 1, but he hasn't left himself a lot of time see if he gets a flick going. He's done a flick every single time. This time he fakes it. That is exactly what he needed. It was 3-4 flicks in a row. This time with the fake, got Mektos to go for it.
Oh, look at that. Mektos. Oh,
Yeah.
he was expecting it. I like the idea though. It was a solid recovery, but he's just too late. That's really good from Lion Blaze. And Lion Blaze puts himself in that position all the time where Mektos is on his way back. It's always the hardest spot to defend from, and Lion Blaze is starting to work with that.
Yeah, that was a lot of runway for Lion Blaze to play with. And Mektos getting the bump, and it's just going to go in. Mektos so quick on the draw, this time getting the player. And Lion Blaze let him get this touch here. That was a fantastic touch from Mektos on the wave dash.
That's a good bump too.
Yeah, great bump. Lion Blaze, man, it just feels like he's got to speed up a little bit. He's letting Mektos kind of do what he wants with it, and Mektos just being so quick on it.
Now, at this point, the game starting to look at a hand for Lion Blaze, unless he picks this one up really quickly. Okay. A good 50 here, too. I mean, look at Mektos. He comes at him, and Lion Blaze plays the low touch and just pops it straight up.
Well, plenty of time here for Lion Blaze to get into it, especially if you get a kickoff to go in his favor. So it's no panic yet for him. But it is kind of on him to adapt the attack towards net, I feel like. That the mix-up of the fake flick was good. Yep, get another one here. Not enough behind it. Let's see what he can do with the final 30 seconds.
Oh, return. Mektos. Oh, he was going for the top left.
And that might do it, though. Unfortunately, I think Mektos is going to get around to it. Man, he got all of it
I
on the
mean,
flick. And
the spice there.
He was letting it rip.
Oh,
And
my.
Mektos, I think, is just lucky that he didn't put it in the spot, and he gets a counter.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of seals the deal for him. He still retains that 3-goal lead, so everything works out for Mektos, at least in game one.
Oh, my.
Yeah, Lion almost trying to get one more to go. But yeah, he's
It's a
gonna
best of
take this
7, though.
in here.
It's a
Yeah.
best 7, though, Daz. Lots of time here. It's a great little flip reset from Mektos, all for nothing, though. And Mektos will take game one, but I think Lion Blaze learned a lot about what he can and can't do here in this matchup against Mektos. I think we also kind of pointed it out. It's Lion Blaze definitely has to mix up how he approaches the net with Mektos, whether he's backwards or forwards. And definitely has to make sure that Mektos doesn't own that midfield, is what we saw. Take a look at the stats. Average boost, Mektos 35 compared to the 41. Both actually had, below 50, but Mektos, he did a lot of work early on with low boost. If you remember the first few goals, he didn't even have full boost right off the rip, only had to pick up a couple pads, but he did a great job of, kind of making do with what he had.
Yeah. But, for me, I feel like Mektos is, like, from watching that game, if you're Lion Blaze, that's got to be very annoying to play against because it was just so many backflips. There's just so many backflips. Mektos decided to finally, get a touchdown, throw off Lion Blaze, throw off the rotation a little bit, and he would really go for some, honestly, very creative shots, right? I don't think any two shots were kind of the same for Mektos, and I think that for Lion Blaze, just understanding that Mektos has that spontaneous ability in him, trying to keep him locked into one style of play will probably work out best.
I think too for Lion Blaze, doing the backflips that we saw from Mektos is still very dangerous, especially if you can win the challenge. Mektos is going to get the first goal here, and this time able to pick up some full boost right off the rip, gets Lion Blaze with his back turn and just instantly puts the shot on past him. So again, Lion Blaze really not recognizing the speed at which Mektos wants to play in those quick shots immediately.
Yeah, Lion Blaze was also in a tough spot. You could see it was right off the kickoff. He was low on boost. I think Mektos read that situation perfectly, especially with just how much power he put on the shot. This time he gets red, though. That's a good challenge from Lion Blaze. He'll pick up one. Equalizer, quick hit.
I think that's kind of what I was alluding to, is you don't want to let Mektos set things up, have that time on the ball. That's a great challenge from Lion Blaze. Saw his opportunity to go and is rewarded for it. So quickly tied up here in game two.
Those kickoffs, definitely. I mean, this is the mode where you watch kickoffs all the time. These guys are good enough to where, you know, kickoffs are pretty neutral, so to speak. But if they ever become one-sided, like you'll know off like immediately. They've done a
the
decent
score will
job.
reflect that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Lion Blaze almost got that last touch.
He's getting
Now, is he
punished for that.
Yeah, he is. Didn't get that final touch. It was a good little dribble. Mektos was a little hesitant on where he wanted to go on the challenge, but unfortunately that last missed touch by Lion Blaze gave enough information to Mektos to challenge.
Yeah, Mektos. I mean, he's been doing well, but like Lion Blaze, I feel like he's going all in on these drives. And all Mektos has to do is quite literally touch the ball. And everything, it's all over for Lion.
And especially, you know, a lot of the challenges coming out from Mektos, he's almost standing still. The side flips, he's just dead to rights here. You win the challenge and Mektos can't do anything about it. Lion Blaze this time just barrels through Mektos.
And look, this was a good read. Lion Blaze went low because he knew Mektos was going to go high. And Mektos just hit the ball back into a Lion Blaze that just hung out, waited for the ball to play into him, and push things through.
So, good little save there from Lion Blaze. Mektos, here's a dangerous spot here. Almost getting that back post. Lion Blaze in a tough situation with no boost. Does he get the midfield? He will. And maybe the goal. Mektos comes out of nowhere but can't react. And Lion Blaze will get the go-ahead goal.
That's kind of scary from Lion Blaze's POV because he doesn't really see Mektos until he comes out the air. And it kind of, as soon as he sees him in mid, he's like, I need to shoot this now. So made sure not to give Mektos any more time to line that up. Good stuff.
Yeah, and hey, good recovery from Mektos as well. He got bopped up into the air by Lion Blaze. And unfortunately, Mektos on that touch, but is able to recover. Low boost situation, but immediate challenge from Mektos. It's great decision making from him to choose when and where to go. He was in a low boost situation. He had to make the touch. Lion Blaze is going to get the demo on him. And a wide open net. Lion Blaze up by 2.
And look at this. This is just a pop. But the follow-through here is what's important. It just keeps boosting to keep that speed. And Mektos can't even react. Like, Lion Blaze is going right at him.
2 demos now from Lion Blaze, and that was a strong attack from him. And you're seeing the control of the game kind of go in his favor now. I think he's kind of figured out the demo game, or excuse me, the challenge game a little bit more against this Mektos defense.
Yeah, Mektos now just trying to get those quick goals. But he ends up handing possession back to Lion Blaze. And Lion Blaze wants to just keep the ball on his end. He actually bumps Mektos a lot, but he didn't pick up that boost. So he'll give some space to Mektos here. Now with Mektos control downfield, trying to give Lion Blaze a taste of his own medicine. Did you see that? He almost got the musty off.
What a psycho on the ball. Here comes Lion Blaze. He's going to give it right back to him. That's a tough flick, but easily saved by Mektos. But again, here comes Lion Blaze once more. Just wants to force it through. I think Lion Blaze knows that he's winning in the boost department right now, but Mektos doing a good job to keep his high enough to at least compete. Here he comes again. I thought he might go for the demo once more, but instead forces Mektos to go. Can Lion Blaze get to this? I don't think so. I think a bit ambitious on that play, but still able to catch up to the ball. I don't know what happened to Mektos here, and I feel like Mektos got a bit carried away on the initial challenge, didn't have any boost, only had 1 pad, and got bumped away, and that's what did him in.
Yeah, Lion Blaze, I was a little confused when I saw Lion Blaze take it off of the back wall, because it seemed like after Mektos committed to that soft touch when Lion Blaze put the shot on, that it could have just been an easy, quick goal, but I think he didn't want to risk it. Played the long game, brought the ball all the way around. Oh my goodness, just a quick goal there. He's starting to run away with this one, but at this point, like the on and off of like the speed differences that Lion Blaze are putting on. Sometimes he'll play it slow, then he'll just immediately turn on the jets. And now Mektos is, I mean, he's getting lost here.
Yeah, and he's losing, Mektos losing the boost game now is really showing Lion Blaze able to control even Mektos' side of boost there. He takes away a corner. So it's been very tough. Mektos has been very poor throughout this game in the boost department. Not really being able to pick up canisters, not having the time to pick up the canisters as well. You thwart one attack, but Lion Blaze immediately comes right back at you with another one. And here again gets his corner taken. Lion Blaze will get a second touch. He's just all over Mektos now.
Clean, smooth, Lion Blaze. Look at that. As soon as he took the boost, he jumped. He just kept the boost going. Follow through. Clean. 7-2. Score difference here. And at this point, Mektos has to start to look towards the next game. But Lion Blaze definitely showed up. You could tell, you know, he lost that game 1. Now he's starting to adapt. He's putting Mektos under a lot of pressure, and it's really making him struggle.
Yeah, I think that's really the big difference here. Mektos, he just hasn't been able to break out his own end. He really hasn't had much possession. I mean, when was the last time you saw Mektos go for a dribble? He just hasn't even had the chance. It's not even his fault. It's just been full Lion Blaze possession since the kickoff. And he's having his way with Mektos right now here in game 2.
Lion Blaze will continue to do so. But it's a good strategy too, right? You have this hurtless player who every time, you know, you're setting things up on offense, he's trying to get away with it, or he's trying to play the challenge because he's winning the 50s a lot. Mektos did do a good job in game 1 of just completely winning those 50-50s, pushing the ball in his favor, bringing Lion Blaze out of the play, and then just scoring on those open net cleanups. And I feel like Lion Blaze read that, you know, decided, okay, we'll play a game where, you know, we don't have to worry about playing 50s too much. I'll just throw the ball at you continuously and bring your boost and just make you continuously make mistakes all over and over and over again. And now he's really just trying to put it on for that effect here. 10-2 with 1:04 left. Like, he's just not stopping. He's not stopping.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Daz. You're up by 8 goals with 1:04 left. You keep running up the score? What type of person are you?
You know,
is that what you do?
In ones, I'm definitely a person who would run up the score. If it's any other game mode, like,
you run up the score. That's what I do.
Yeah.
100%. You gotta let them know. You gotta send a message. You know, this is a best of 7. You know, you gotta make them know that if that score keeps going up, they better look out. You're not gonna stop.
It's a huge like mental struggle in a 1v1 series. At least for me it is. Like, I get down, and if I'm down in the game, I'm frustrated, I'm upset, I want to battle it back, and then once I start feeling that momentum, I'm locked in, I'm focused, and I feel like that's, you know, the same thing for these guys. Obviously, Mektos is going to chill out because he knows, okay, I lost this game, but I still have another game, and he has that confidence knowing he won game 1. But Lion Blaze is going to just keep putting the scores on because at this point he's like, yo, you can't do anything about this. Right. This is happening. You have to watch.
You want your opponents to feel pain, and that's exactly what it's been for Mektos here. But it's only one game. Doesn't matter if he had scored hundreds of goals. Doesn't count towards the next one. So Lion Blaze does have a commanding win here in game 2, and I think there's a lot for Mektos to kind of think about here. 20 shots from Lion Blaze, 50% shooting. So quite good from him, and you can really see it in the possession time as well. Lots of time on the ball for Lion Blaze. I think, honestly, as we were talking about Lion Blaze just absolutely destroying Mektos there at the end, I think Mektos got most of his possession right at the end. That final minute or so, it felt like Mektos really got a lot more possession on the ball. I don't know if it was Lion Blaze just slowing down or if Mektos finally got boost off the rip. But regardless, I think that is the difference maker here. It has been the boost game from Lion Blaze. The controlling of Mektos' side has just been so tough for Mektos to really break out of his end with anything other than, you know, a equal challenge that leads to Lion Blaze immediately having another shot. So it's very tough here for Mektos. See if he can really change anything going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's just not giving Lion Blaze too much space, kind of trying to get in front of him. It's really tough here too because Lion started to figure things out and Mektos just kind of played from behind the entire game. But I think that when Mektos was challenging Lion Blaze, that's when Lion Blaze looked the most uncomfortable, and that's when obviously Mektos won that game when he did that. So just kind of trying to go back to the roots and see if he can get more in front of things.
Well, it is a tied-up series here. Mektos immediately on the ball right off the gates, but maybe not for long. Lion Blaze open shot. It might be too high. No, it goes right under the crossbar and squeezes it in for a 1-0 lead.
This one was off the kickoff. Mektos tried to go for a challenge, and honestly, I respect it. But the challenge was just off. Lion Blaze recovered, Kind of one of those short and sweet things, like challenges in the midfield. They're tough. But like I said, that was something I had wanted to see going into this one, which is Mektos challenging the ball more and trying to break out of his own half. And respect to him for doing that. Ooh, he'll get demoed here, but Lion Blaze needed boost, so no goal will be scored just off the demo itself.
Yeah, it really is very curious to see how Mektos can keep possession getting out from his own end. He's not going to get too many chances, as you saw in the last game, and he's going to be punished here, trying to get cute with the musty flick. Didn't land, and Lion Blaze jumps all over him.
Yep. Mektos tried the musty, didn't work out. And Lion Blaze just saw a clean, easy challenge. Musties are hard, Corelli. They're not easy to do. I know James loves to, boast every time he hits one in training.
He
But,
hits them in training.
He does, right. He hits them in training. When you get on screen and, you're in a 1v1 tournament, it's hard.
It is hard. Well, especially in ones. I mean, that's an all-in type of play, right? I mean, if you don't make something of it, or at least put your opposition in a tough spot, I mean, you're toast. And speaking of toast, Mektos is toast. And Lion Blaze puts a third one away.
Mektos. He had a good general idea, though. He went for the flick to try to push the ball up really high, and then faked as if he was going to turn around and try to go for a backflip. But he was a little bit off on the timing there. And Lion Blaze was just faster. Lion Blaze looks like he's going to win another challenge. It's going to be another goal. And that's just one of those kickoff goals.
Yeah, and you can see that's such a tough position. You lose the kickoff. Lion Blaze is still behind the ball as Mektos goes out to the left there. And then now Mektos has to challenge backwards, which just makes it all the more hard to actually get a solid challenge, especially when Lion Blaze doesn't have a lot of momentum behind the ball. Usually you just hit that ball into the opposition. It just bounces off. And that's what Lion Blaze really let happen. He didn't have to do anything. And it was a free goal for him. But this is a good start here for Mektos off the kickoff because he has possession early. And he's not immediately back in his own box.
There's a demo and picked up the Lion Blaze with a lot of control here. You talk about seeing this type of control, and this is just a good show of confidence here. Mektos is playing from behind now. He's trying to stop the bleeding, but what you're seeing here from Lion is okay. I kind of get your your gimmicks now. I know what you're capable of. I'll just play that patient game, let you play it into me, hit you on the counter. And Mektos has been kind of, if you can see from as many backflip challenges as he had, but that he's playing the responsive game. So he gives Lion Blaze all that control. Well, Lion Blaze has that control. He just knows, okay, I could just let me try this. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, try this. Oops, shoot a shot, block. If you can't handle the pressure that Lion's throwing at you, then of course you're gonna crumble.
Well, especially when you consider the boost game for Mektos, especially there. Again, he just doesn't have enough boost to compete with what Lion Blaze is throwing at him, especially multiple shots. You can see Lion Blaze, I think he knows a lot of the shots that he initially takes aren't going to go in, but he gets Mektos to dive at him, and this time cuts back around. Now 7-0 for Lion Blaze.
And the flick. See, he didn't even go for the challenge. He just played the 50. He knows that all he has to do is win the challenge. He knows Mektos is playing responsive. So he wins the 50, pulls Mektos out of the net. Now the net's wide open and he has that ball control. Very smart thinking from Lion Blaze. Now he's pushing this game in again. This one looks like another dominant win. Ooh, that flick. Oh my goodness. Is he using the Chef Corelli sauce behind that? He's getting so much power.
He is. He's getting behind it. It's tough. I mean, what do? You just got to, with that kind of sauce, you just got to grab a napkin and wipe your face off.
Oh, he
my
faked it!
goodness, he did it to him right in front of the net. 8-0.
He didn't have to do that. Oh, man. I really thought he was going to let it go, though. I wanted to see another flick, but I'll take the fake. I will take the fake. Oh, that's dirty.
Lion Blaze styling now and looking good. This is tough for Mektos. You can see every kickoff is the same. Mektos bounces off the ball to the left, and Lion Blaze stays directly behind it. Man, he just cranks those flicks.
And it's quick. it's quick. It's like the ball is positioned on his car to, you know, there's not really a delay in between like when he jumps versus when he dodges. He does it like immediate.
He is definitely a master at those flicks, and I mean, look, they've worked quite a bit, even for a guy like Mektos, or I guess like a guy like Mektos, and for Lionblaze now. I think the last game was not a fluke. It is a commanding lead here for Lionblaze, and Mektos, I like that he throws in the fake kickoff, because we've been talking about it a lot. He's been losing the kickoff over and over again. It's gone the same way 3-4 times in a row. I think the fake kickoff is exactly what Mektos needed. It's already a better start than where he was if he just had traditionally gone for the kickoff.
Yeah. He does seem to be putting himself in more favorable positions. And, you know what I mean? At this point, you know, this is going to be a long series if Mektos didn't try to make any changes. So he's got to work with something.
I think he does. He's going to get back to it. Oh, wait a minute.
Is he out of
Mektos
boost?
has no boost.
He's out of boost.
Lionblaze wanted a piece of Mektos, even though he could have gotten back. And a great touch from Mektos, but it's just too high. Could have been his first goal, and now with no boost, he's in a tough position, and I think Lionblaze knows it. Lionblaze, well, he didn't go immediately for the shot. He'll stay up by 9. Mektos, look how quick he is on that challenge, but he doesn't have a lot of boost, so he's kind of forced to get into these tough positions. And unfortunately, not going to pay off for him. 10-0 now for Lionblaze, as I think Mektos was just throwing his body at the ball with no boost.
Yep, that's pretty much what it was. Lionblaze was waiting for that one to drop, and it was all smooth sailing. But yeah, I mean, for Mektos here, seeing that Lion has been, again, just kind of very aggressive. He's definitely been playing the on and off. And I think Mektos has to figure out how to, you know, stop that or slow that down. Because one of the flicks from Lion is really well done. But also his kind of reactions and the situations he puts Mektos in, you know, whether it's the flick, the powerful flick, or the fake. Because he does go for, you know, a lot of fake challenges too. Like it's like ball. It looks as if he's going to flick, but it just ends up being, he never uses that dodge. He just jumps up and tries to bait out Mektos. It's been working. He's been fighting. Mektos just has to, I don't know, stop fighting.
I think the kickoff has to go in favor of Mektos a little bit more as well. It definitely feels like Lionblaze gets the better of Mektos on most kickoffs here. Mektos will finally get his first goal after over 4.5 minutes. A consolation prize for what has happened here in this game. And, you know, Daz, we've talked about it a couple times. We'll say it again. You know, after 2 bashings here in the previous game and now in this game for Mektos, he still has a couple more games to get things turned around. I think it does start with the kickoff. I think it ends with the control of the boost game as well, because for Lionblaze, he has certainly done a better job on both sides of the field controlling the boost. And I think that Mektos, I don't know, I think he's got to be a little bit more creative with the way he approaches Lionblaze on offense, because I think Lionblaze has clearly got his number here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone disagrees. I don't even think Mektos disagrees.
It's tough to disagree with an 11-1 scoreline. Take a look at the stats. Not a lot of demolitions coming out. Didn't need them. Lionblaze just completely all over Mektos in the scoring department. That possession seems quite close, but it really didn't feel like that. It felt like Lionblaze was in full control for, you know, the majority of this game until he finally, you know, it's like after 10 goals, I think he's like, okay, I think this leads enough. I think this will do. You know, with a minute or so left in the game, and he takes his foot off the gas and happy to move on to the next one. So still a couple games left here for Mektos. If he is able to turn things around, he's definitely not out of this yet. He did beat Lionblaze, at least in the first game, so he knows it's possible.
Yeah, you're right. And I think for him, at this point, Lionblaze is going to continue to kind of be more aggressive and obviously go for those fake plays, the demo plays. But I think if Mektos can get a good start, then that changes things around, kind of forces Lionblaze to play from behind. It's all about how this series opens, or how this game opens, I should say, with Mektos. Mektos has to show that he's able to shake things off and that he can put Lionblaze on the back end. I think Lionblaze is way too comfortable at this point. And it looks, it's showing. He just starts to off the kickoff goal, kind of continues to keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, it's tough. These kickoffs, Mektos goes so far out away from the ball every single time that he either A, can't get back to the ball to challenge, or B, he can't get back to the net to block a shot. And I think a lot of the pressure, even if it doesn't result in a goal off the kickoff, a lot of that pressure comes from Lion Blaze just being able to stay behind the ball after kickoff, even with no boost, to put Mektos in the tough spot. Oh. Hey, that one though, for Mektos, that one's tough. You got to get up to it. You got to get there. Lion Blaze is going to throw something there. Unfortunately, didn't know that it was going to be that type of move. And Lion Blaze styles past him, throws it up and over, and quickly a 2-goal lead.
At this point, it's about keeping composure. And I think Lion Blaze knows that he can just roll the ball slowly in front of the net, and Mektos will jump at it. Oh, look at that. If he's flicking it from that far, then the power makes sense. It's when he's like in the box or whatever. That's just like too much heat. Waiting for another chance at it.
Mektos used all of his boosts to kind of creep downfield, and now playing defense with just a few pads. He's got 41 boost, and that's the good challenge from Mektos that we expected. And that's what we saw in game 1 as well, because that's what really led him to the victory in the first game, was the challenge game, especially early on, closer to the midfield, not so much closer to his own box, just being able to stop Lion Blaze, because if you give him some space, he's going to tear you apart, he's going to throw it past you, and he does it every single time.
Yeah. Catches this on the hood, Mektos picked up the boost, tried to dive at it, but Lion Blaze had him read. As soon as he picked up the boost, Lion Blaze saw that distance between them, and then that's when the flick comes out. And for Lion Blaze, you give him time to think and set things up, and that's where he's most dangerous. You talk about where Lion Blaze struggles. Wait a second. Okay.
There we go.
On the board.
There you go. It's not all just go, go, go from Mektos. You can throw a fake in there, and I don't think Lion Blaze has really seen one from Mektos all series long, so finally switching some things up from Mektos, and he gets them on the first try. So this game looking the most promising from the last two, and see if he can get another one here to keep it within 1.
Gotta be able to take what you got and work with it.
Yeah, Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just bringing up the fact that Lion Blaze, it just seemed like Mektos gave him the ball there, and you saw the result too, right? The pop up off the bar into the shot. That time and that Lion Blaze able to just visualize the field. See, okay, I can just play this high off the back while Mektos will jump at it anyways because I've been just throwing 200 flicks at him. And Mektos just kind of, I think that he let that one get away from him.
Great challenge from Lion Blaze there too. Mektos trying to put something together, but really it's like he gets one shot, Lion Blaze goes downfield with it, and has a lot of space to work with, and slowly trying to work away at Mektos' boost. Unfortunately, not able to do so, but I was going to say, Daz, a wise man once said that Rocket League is an improviser's game, and that man was Cheese, and he's definitely right. Ones is definitely, I would say, maybe even the biggest out of all the game modes to be the improviser's game, as you're in full control of, how you play offense and defense. And so to improvise properly, I think, makes a really good ones player. And you're seeing, kind of two sides of it. Obviously, some changes have come out from Lion Blaze in the first game. Mektos hasn't really been able to make anything effective change here against Lion Blaze. And again, what a good cut from Lion Blaze just to take it away, and is really starting to pull away once again from Mektos.
Yeah, at this point, Lion Blaze is looking to put this one on match point. You can tell that he's feeling it here. I think this one, with Lion Blaze, we talked about the early results, how he didn't do too well in groups, and I feel like that also affected him in some way, If there's anything that he's confident in, it's 1v1 gameplay, so he probably has a set standard to live up to, and falling short there, you just want to come back and really put your best foot forward, and he's doing that, right? Mektos went for an air dribble bump. Lion Blaze sat home and just rolls this one into yet another.
But I feel like I feel like that's a strength for Mektos. He just hasn't been able to get it going yet. The aerial game, we really haven't seen too many aerial attempts from Lionblaze, but with the type of flicks that he can put on, I feel like he's a lot more grounded. When you look at a player like Mektos, you feel like he's a lot more comfortable in the air, and unfortunately haven't been able to see much of it from him in this series. This time he has a kickoff go in his favor, and he gets Lionblaze in a tough spot. Can he get away all the boosts? And he still gets beat to the ball, even though he had picked up all the boosts. Lionblaze does a great job to break this one out from his own half and collect some boosts.
Those small challenges that you may not really think too much of have such a big impact, and they're kind of shown here. The time it takes. Hold on. Lionblaze. This one on the hood. And he knows what he's doing before he even goes up here. He knows, okay, I'm letting that go. I'll play the challenge. He had his car angled perfectly to take that challenge in, too.
I think he would have had him beat if he had initially taken the shot to the left side as well. I mean, Mektos has to follow that line coming out from the top of his net with the in and out save. It's very tough to get a solid cut across your net. Here's Mektos, though. This is that kind of pit pocket game that he can get. He does get a second one back, taken away from Lionblaze.
Look at this. Like, Lionblaze tried so hard to keep that close to him. And Mektos was having none of it. He's like, I'm using my boost here. I picked up the boost. This is worth it. And it was. He was able to secure a goal. Now he needs to just secure 5 more goals. And then, he'll be back inside the conversation here.
Yeah, only 5 against Lionblaze. Hold on, 6.
Yeah. I don't think he will.
I don't think he will either. He hasn't proven it the last couple games either, and you can't blame him. Lionblaze is playing an extremely tough game to counter. It seems like the challenge game now going in favor of Lionblaze. Obviously, the boost game, we talked about that a lot. Kickoff game has, I think, gone a bit more equal here in this game, but still, Lionblaze has been able to capitalize on the opportunities given to him. Here's Mektos to the air again. Carry it past. He can get under it all the way. Mektos forced to retreat. He has to go straight back to his boost. Now he's got a challenge backwards, and Lionblaze saw that he's going to be late to that. Takes advantage in a 9-2 scoreline.
Pretty close, though. Mektos was, he almost had a chance there. Lionblaze waited for him, too, to go for the boost. And then as soon as he saw he was out of that net, he was like, okay, let me just line this up, put that high-speed flick on. And then pass be careful with how he moves.
Little flip reset from Mektos. And the musty just on the tip of the Dominus. He will get his 3rd goal. Throws a couple mechanics just to show it. And that was a great wave dash. Getting his flip off the ball to then wave dash onto the ground to then pop up the ball into the musty. That's very tough to do. Showing off a lot of mechanics all together there. And that's the kind of stuff that, at least going into this matchup, I would expect to see more of from Mektos. It's clearly working. Unfortunately, the defense not there, and Lionblaze cuts him again.
Lionblaze has Mektos in the palm of his hand, and you can see it. He decides, I'm just going to push this one up to the side. I don't want to play 50. And Mektos is just going for everything that goes in front of that box. This is how you talk about really good ones players versus, some of the best in the world. And I do feel like that's why Lionblaze is, a part of that conversation. It's just from his ability to keep his composure, also just able to work around the defender, keep his arsenal, I would say, creative in terms of what he can output on offense. And he just continues to run away with goal after goal and after goal.
Yeah, it's been the same story the last 3 games. Mektos got away with 1 in this best of 7, but unfortunately Lionblaze definitely showing that consistency coming out game to game, able to put up now 10 goals in the last 3 games, in each of the last 3 games, we could say. And Mektos, while he's able to put up a bit higher of a score line here, still not enough. And Lionblaze will put Mektos on match point. It's Mektos' last chance now to really make some sort of change against this Lionblaze playstyle. But with the way things are going, Daz, I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Lion Blaze has honestly been able to kind of work around Mektos in every way. Mektos has been showing some signs here and there. And when we see him on the ball with control and, going for, like, for example, when he hit the musty and he actually hit it right, it does look dangerous. I think the air dribble bumps have been very tough for Mekdos. He hasn't really been able to execute them as much as he would like to. Lion Blaze has still been very confident on defense there. It's about shaking up that confidence. And Mekdos, although he's doing his best in terms of this, I just think that at this point you're gonna have to do more than just make one solid play in order to get in the head of Lion Blaze. He's keeping it cool and confident, and at this point, it looks like he's gonna take it. Corelli, I won't lie.
Yeah, and when you have the mechanic ability like Mektos, especially in the air, the one requirement going into those type of plays is you have to have boost. And Lion Blaze doing a great job of suffocating Mektos, or at least making him use up that boost earlier than I think Mektos would want. And you're seeing a similar story here on kickoff. This is a good save from Mektos at least. And he will be able to get back into it. He's got a 0-0 scoreline. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he would love to start with the first goal and at least start off on the right foot. He's got Lion Blaze surfing on top of him, and maybe Mektos can get a second touch, running out of boost. It is there, but a great save from Lion Blaze.
Oh, man. So, with what we have seen, Mektos is showing those signs. Although the Lion Blaze surf, I think, is definitely the highlight so far of the game. But, oh, boy, another laser. But look, Mektos still jumps for it. And I think although Lion Blaze knows it wasn't a successful push on offense, Mektos still, the fact that he's able to get Mektos to jump on that is that information that'll help him out. Almost got bumped, though, on that air dribble. But Lion Blaze still holds on, and I feel like this is the longest we've had without a goal.
Yeah, and you're seeing those aerial plays come out from Mektos. Oh my goodness, Lion Blaze actually got it through, but not enough behind it and not on target. Here's Mektos to the air again. I really think that's where Mektos is going to find a lot of success. Unfortunately, this time cut out by Lion Blaze, but you're seeing him go for those aerial attempts. Lion Blaze does a great job, though, here in the midfield defense here to just cut it out, take advantage, put it away, and a 1-0 lead for Lion Blaze. I think the big difference here, if Mektos is going to stay in the series, he's got to stop the bleeding right at the start. He can't give up 2-3 goals right away. He's got to get one back.
Yeah, for him, last chance. Things have to be done right. Otherwise, Mektos runs away with the series. And you can see the speed here for Mektos. He's getting a little bit more aggressive. There's the challenge. Trying to slow things down, not putting too much forward. Oh, I thought he almost gave an open neck to Lion Blaze, but I think he knows how much boost Lion had, so he was comfortable with letting go of the ball to try to get the starve going.
There you go. This is good from Mektos, though. Controlling a lot of boost. That's a great dodge from Lion Blaze. He would have been in a tough spot if he had given that demo up.
He's in such an awkward spot.
Yeah, but that was so smart from Lion Blaze right there. I think he wanted that midfield boost, but realized that Mektos could have gotten back to the ball. Now Mektos with a flip reset, and there he goes. He's got it, and he gets the tie, the equalizer rather. And this is what we expect out of Mektos in this series.
Yep, flip reset, a lot of power. Lion Blaze just could not get there in time, and Mektos turning on the speed here. And I was talking about that awkward spot where you had, is Mektos going to get another one?
Some enough power.
But talk about that awkward spot. Lion Blaze, they were in the midfield earlier, just did not have any idea where Mektos was. This time he gets a good read, and he is able to turn things around here. But I mean, look how tight things have gone. We're over halfway done with the game, and we have only 3 goals between the two.
It's going to be probably one of the faster games here in this best of 7. Lion Blaze, good recognition of knowing Mektos was a little too eager to go, especially with the position Lion Blaze was in. Look at the kickoff from Lion Blaze. It's just so consistent to stay behind the ball. And here comes Lion Blaze once more. Hasn't had as much control as we saw in the previous games, but has Mektos on a string, but maybe punished for not putting that one away. Good recovery from Lion Blaze, and almost the counter from Mektos.
Honestly, I do have to give that to Mektos. Mektos kind of did a fake jump initially, and it forced Lion Blaze to start his flick. Then once Mektos realized that he actually baited out Lion Blaze, then that's when the challenge came through. And then you saw how close that challenge was. Mektos holding on by a thread. But it was a good idea from him, kind of risky. And it just shows you how, Mektos is really putting his best foot forward and trying to adapt to Lion Blaze here.
And he's certainly in this game out of all of them. He has looked a lot better. That's a tough win there or save rather, from Mektos. Lion Blaze picking his spot and hitting it perfectly.
Yeah, that shot, like top corner, so much speed. Now Mektos threatening again. And even though Lion wins the 50 here, Lion's out of boost. Mektos picks up the boost. Can he turn this around? Oh, he's trying to play it around him. Oh, no boost. And Lion Blaze still surviving here.
Got nothing.
He doesn't.
Mektos, he just got that. Oh, did he get the corner again? And I think he's going to get him here. It's too wide. He couldn't get back to it. Lion Blaze, the man can't get any boost right now. Mektos is all over him. Can he get his corner? He will. And that might help him get out. It all started because Lion Blaze had missed that midfield boost, and he's put him in such a tough spot. Still, Mektos can't find the shot. That's really the issue. He's down by 1. He's got 20 seconds to go. It's been the closest game. And Lion Blaze might just put it to bed again, beating Mektos on the initial challenge in a 3-1 in favor of Lion Blaze.
Mektos has so much pressure on that blue half. He was trying to force a mistake from Lion Blaze. He almost came up with the goal a couple of times, but almost just doesn't cut it here. Now with 12 seconds, Mektos is going to have to get a kickoff or two.
And again, kickoffs go how you could predict, as most kickoffs have gone in that exact fashion. And Lion Blaze will end the series here with one more for the road. It's going to be a 4-1 win in favor of Lion Blaze.
Yep, Lion Blaze just making this one be as clean as possible. Only allowed one goal from Mektos, but Mektos tried his best effort. It's just, like we said, we talked about it, and going into this series, Lion Blaze was one of the best ones. I feel like now, especially with First Killer out of the tournament, this could be really good here for Lion Blaze to actually take the whole thing.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really strong showing against Mektos, and he showed a lot of poise against him as well. So I think for Mektos, unfortunately, I think he's fallen to a very strong foe here in Lion Blaze. And I think those 3 games where Lion Blaze was putting up 10 goals a game, Mektos knows where that one went wrong. Lion Blaze did a great job of commanding the pitch, and I think for Mektos, he showed something in that final game. I think he really showed what a typical game would be like for Mektos, but unfortunately, Lion Blaze, it was just too late. Lion Blaze had just gotten his number at that point.
Yeah, and Lion Blaze is one of those people that can easily, after a while, obviously, you talk about the game one, you talk about Mektos, really being spontaneous and throwing off Lion Blaze, but that response that happens in games 2 and on just showed how Lion Blaze was able to adapt and just able to try all these different methods and just completely threw off Mektos, and he kept going with it, and it ended up helping him take the series.
And so let's take a look at our bracket so far. Again, that top match, First Killer and Sharif. Unfortunately, First Killer was disqualified. He was late to show up, so Sharif went through. We just saw the Lion Blaze Mektos series, of course. Lion Blaze will move on to play Sharif, and then you can see at the bottom side of the bracket, Calm took down Gengar in a 4-1 fashion. And I think we have a couple tweets from Calm as well, talking about what happened here in his series against Gengar. If you guys don't know where those matches happened. They happened on JohnniBoi's channel, and he said how to kick off. And I believe the one game that Com had lost, he lost in a overtime kickoff goal. So
Pain.
it is the biggest pain to feel is giving up a kickoff goal in overtime in a ones match. So unfortunately for him, but he still won the series. So we have an interview coming up here with our boy Lion Blaze. I think he just jumped in. Lion Blaze, how are you?
Yes. I am good. How about you guys?
I'm good. And we just saw you take down Mektos here. I guess my initial question is, what happened in the first game that changed, or I should say, what happened in the games 2, 3, and 4 that changed from game 1? Because obviously there was a stark difference between those games.
Yeah, game one, I was kind of more just feeling out Mektos. I hadn't played him in a long time since I don't even know, Salt Mine 1, which was over a year ago. But games 2, 3, and 4, I realized that Mektos was just challenging anytime I got too close to him, and that's why I always flicked early. And that's when he would always jump up for the ball and it would bounce off his backboard, and I just kept going from there. Wasted
Yeah.
all his boost. He had nothing to go with.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely it showed, obviously by the score line there, but looking at that matchup and things moving forward, did you ever feel like Mektos was trying to find some different ways to just come back and change the momentum in any way?
I felt like he didn't really have the opportunities to do so because of my the boost control off of kickoff. He didn't know how to win the kickoffs, and he couldn't really do anything past that because I would always get the mid boost and then just keep going past that point. And he never really had any opportunities.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the kickoff because we were talking about it. I mean, for games, the same thing every time. He would fly off to the left, you would stay behind the ball. I mean, he threw a couple fakes in there, but I mean, how, if you're Mektos, how do you counter what you were doing to him there?
You really just have to mix it up with which way you flip. He was flipping inside every time, so I always flipped the same direction as him. If he had swapped it up, I would have lost the kickoff really hard, but he never switched it, so I never worried about it.
Yeah, it led to a lot of goals here. So, and obviously you were able to take advantage of it. My question to you now moving forward, obviously first killer's out. He was disqualified. So you move on to play Sharif, but is there anyone else that you are uncomfortable playing, scared about? I mean, obviously besides you, who's your biggest competition?
Strafe will definitely be a good matchup. I just have to play my game against him like I did Mektos. But on the other side of the bracket, AJ and Chronic are both really tough matchups. Luckily, they eliminate one or the other before I play them. And then Com also, if he's playing his game, is really hard to stop him.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, he's already won against Gengar, so he'll play the winner of AJ and Chronic, which of course is on JohnniBoi's channel. So Lion Blaze, before we let you go here, anything else you want to say? Any shout outs you got?
No shout outs really, just it was a good series. Played well. That's all.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you did. You looked good, and you move on to play Sharif. So, Lion Blaze, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you back on the pitch later.
Sounds good.
Cool. So
Nice guy.
nice guy.
Nice guy.
He was a nice guy. Well, I've actually never had the chance to speak to Lion Blaze. He's a cool dude. And a commanding win for him over Mektos. But we've got more gold mine action coming up. Some more 1v1 matches. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got a couple more semifinals to get through.
Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
You're making touch, peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare blocks me out, I'm blinded. Inspired by efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting
Welcome back to the Gold Mine. I'm Jamesbot, joined here by CallumTheShogun. And Shogun, what is that lovely costume that you have?
It's not a costume, okay? This is a bond that we have created. Don't know what you're thinking about costumes. I don't know what you're celebrating.
You know, Shogun, well, one thing that's for certain is that I hear the stream from... Oh, it's on the Twitch stream. Okay, I had to close that real quick.
You should probably mute that.
Yeah, that one, that was a misplay there, but it's all right. Misplays are welcome. You know, it's that time of year where people are having a good time, and sometimes you make mistakes, like wearing that costume and being forced to stand up to cast.
What do you mean like, can you not see? I got my legs right here, all right? I don't know.
So what was that? Are you stretching right now? You getting ready for the games?
May, I am really... Did you not see the announcement? Okay, I am very flexible. All right,
you really are, Shogun. You know
it's called being talented, James. I can't explain it to you. It's something that you just are born with. At the end of the day,
I guess that's true. Just like short legs. But let's move on. Let's take a look at the bracket. We have this lovely bracket here for you that breaks down all of the results that we've had so far. Obviously, First Killer didn't make it, so this will be Sharif's first series that he'll play today against Lionblaze, who just took down Mektos. And, you know, Shogun, what are your thoughts so far? I want to get them.
I mean, Sharif, so good in that game. Amazing. It was like his opponent couldn't even show up in that matchup. As off the other side, you know, I felt good about Mektos coming into this. I actually got to cast him coming into and qualifying for the tournament. But Lionblaze is just that good at the moment. And you got to say now, with First Killer out, he moves into probably the favorite for the tournament. I know Com's going to be up there for a lot of people, but I would say, you know, Lionblaze is typically only taken out of these sort of tournaments by First Killer. And now that he's gone, you've got to be sort of looking at him to be making that grand finals.
Well, we'll see that right here in this first matchup, but also Com again taking that over Genguard. And AJ, I hope to see AJ. I love watching AJ play. He's so entertaining. But Shogun, let's really dig into this matchup. We've got Sharif, who has, you know, the bracket showed him beating First Killer, but that's not necessarily the case. It was a DQ earlier on. We did get to see Lionblaze already out there on the pitch. He had a bit of a slow start in game one, but some of the defense we even saw from Lionblaze when he was on 0 boost, that attack from Mektos, who was trying to stay alive, you know, Lionblaze, he was only warming up, and Sharif's coming in cold.
Yeah, for Sharif, he's had a lot of very impressive performances throughout his career, but a lot of those have been in shorter series. The best of 7 is something that he's less tested in coming into this series as we get ourselves into it. So semi-final time, winner of this one moves on to grand finals, and for Lionblaze, they'll be wanting plenty of those kickoffs to be going for him. As for Sharif, he's going to have to figure this one out because Lionblaze will take a few of these against you in a row.
But that is the nature of ones. You give up a kickoff goal, oh well. You might get it back on the next one.
Certainly might. The other side, though, you know, so many times, though, in ones that if you just can't make the adjustments you need, or if you get too obvious with your kickoff, it can cost you. You know, you can be as good as you want to be. You know, flip resets, double flip resets, triple flip resets. We can keep going on about that one.
Quadruple flip resets.
Oh, you're getting it here, James. But if you are unable to get past the starting play, not really worth much, is it? You gotta at least get the game going for yourself, and boost priority will be a big part of this right now.
And even Sharif, quick chat, Sharif says, great start.
He's very aware that maybe don't give away any kickoff goals. He's got plenty of time, though, to make it one each.
Yeah, just a quick recovery here. Beats Lionblaze so badly on that ball.
I'm not sure where line was going.
Yeah, he was just out of the play, low on boost. Sometimes in ones, when you commit for a challenge like that, you're just toast. We even saw it after that really long defensive play from Lionblaze, where Mektos was about to score for so long. He overcommits on that one play, and you just get burned. So ones can be infuriating.
Nah. As the former 1v1 Grand Champ, I can tell you right now, nah. Ones is great fun, and definitely is not the most tilted I've ever been playing a video game.
And that's why, you know, the salt mine started, and now the gold mine's here. There's
That is actually... it's an easy way of not being salty is maybe go on to win this one right here. Get yourself through to that grand finals. And get yourself that much... Well, I was going to say lion share, but I'm trying to avoid incidental puns.
Another big challenge from Lion Blaze. And that will be a wide open net for Sharif. Take another look at this replay. Lion Blaze, he was on 0 and went all in yet again.
Yeah, I think he tried to wipe out Sharif with a demo and just ended up not getting enough on it. And because of that, he is flying off. He is not going to be seen anywhere soon. So Sharif, this is looking good for him. I was wondering. You know, I was happy that it was best of 7 because Sharif's going to be coming into this one as the player that we have not seen yet. He might have the nerves. You know, might be coming in cold. And certainly not the case at the moment. He is rocking and rolling in game 1.
Sharif, despite that poor start, he's been reading Lion Blaze left and right. That time, Lion Blaze had no clue Sharif was coming in for that demo. Perhaps blocked a bit by the ball.
The only issue with Sharif's gameplay has always been, where are the extra dimensions to it? If players can usually get the read on him, it tends to fall down from him from there. We've got to get that read on him first time. You would expect Lion Blaze to be able to do so, but at the moment, he is full harass mode. Not allowing Lion Blaze to get much of anything.
And we saw even against Mectos just some of the boost struggles that can take place. Lion Blaze catching himself out of boost a few times. Oh, that's a great bump from Lion Blaze. Sharif was flying forever. Couldn't get his wheels on the wall. Look at how far he bumped him on that play. Oh, my goodness.
Sharif tried everything to get away, wasn't he? But unless he's living on the ceiling, Lion Blaze is going to find ya.
Oh, my goodness. The replay didn't even do it justice, Shogun. I was on Sharif's camera. He got booted to the moon. He was floating 0G.
They need to allow at some point just the replay doesn't stop until the player hits the floor. We've got to start seeing what our Rocket League car shot put results are going to be.
You know, I just love multiple angles, you know, where you could press B and watch it from a player view, like it would replay. Keep it going.
Yeah. Even, you know, we can go for a satellite view and then we can see Sharif's car hit the satellite.
Gets a demo. And now
that's an expensive demo. How much money do you think it costs? You know, the company that makes these cars every single time there's a demo. This is an expensive hobby, Rocket League. When you really... Oh! All right. Okay, Sharif. Just do that to him, why don't you?
Yeah. Lion Blaze flipping right by it as well. He was panicking the whole time. Lion Blaze, shaky start so far this game. He looked so in command in the previous series, but Sharif has been having his number.
Yeah, Sharif does not take risks that he doesn't need to. You're not going to see him jumping around all the time, going crazy, and that's going to obviously feed into the boost storyline that you were talking about earlier on. The other part as well is that Sharif is going to be there as quickly as he possibly can be, which is going to force those panic plays from Lion Blaze. This might be about to get so much worse. He really keep it out, but he's lost another 100 boost for it. And he's now stuck on that backboard. Sharif, backflip. Oh my goodness, Sharif! You were supposed to be coming into this one cold, lads!
Oh. I mean, I feel this for Lion Blaze. Look at him. He gets played. That's got to hurt so bad. Sharif was just prancing around the ball, challenging, waiting for Lion Blaze to come out. Oh my goodness, he did him dirty.
That's someone that knows he has the advantage there. Got the 100. You don't. I'm going to see what I want to do with it. Usually say, you know, usually got him on a string. He definitely did that time around. Lion Blaze had no good option for himself. And Sharif, he's just continues to go from strength to strength here in game 1.
And Sharif, such dominating control of the boost game. Lion Blaze, when he does get possession, gets out-challenged every single time. You see him lose track of Sharif, gets demoed. You know, even there gets scared off the ball, but still gets the demo himself. That was a good recovery from Lion Blaze. Sharif, I think, took a bit too much time.
Yeah, Sharif, that was disrespectful from Sharif's part. He's got to take that ball instantly to the back corner where the 100 boost is. He's then got access to the wall. He's got 100 boost. Much less options there for Lion Blaze. Instead, just left himself wide open for it. And that does give us a real game here, James. 2 goals up. Less than a minute left here. Lion Blaze can maybe snatch this one.
It's possible. I mean, Lion Blaze, 3 goals on 3 shots. He'll get another one here. Pushes this one past Sharif, who has been dominating almost the entire game. Didn't get the greatest challenge there. Lion Blaze, great flip behind the ball. And now we're within 1.
Sharif has untied his own shoelaces. I don't know what he's doing here. Like, there's another one. He's just put the ball directly into the middle and is begging Lion Blaze to come and take it from him, who is more than happy to come and do so. If he can get a goal here, maybe things will look a bit better for him, but it's time to get nervous if you're a Sharif fan. As he's put himself out of position. Sharif, what are you doing?
Sharif, this looks a bit like a throw. You know, he realized too late. He didn't even get the corner boost. He realized that was a bad plan mid-action. Well, by then, he had already committed too much. Sharif, oh, that hurts.
And it's all self-inflicted.
It is.
He didn't have to do any of this. The shot he didn't catch very well either. Oh, dearie, dearie me, Sharif. This needs to be figured out, and it needs to be figured out quickly, because we already know how good Lion Blaze stormed into Game 2 against Mektos. Sharif needs this one, I feel, much more than Lion Blaze does.
Certainly. Lion Blaze already had a series of experience. Now might be able to end it. Good stop by Sharif, but it's not over yet.
No.
Sharif.
No.
Oh, Sharif on the goal line. Oh, my goodness. Close as it gets.
So I figured out an issue with this costume. Getting hype means I run the risk of tearing. Oh, my goodness, off the kickoff. Wow.
That is disaster for Sharif. That you know, that is Rocket League, Shogun. that is Rocket League.
Right now, really?
That is Rocket League, man. You just lose the kickoff. It pinches right into your own net. We started the game with a kickoff goal. You know, we'll end with a kickoff goal.
That's painful.
I'm
not even playing in this one, and that would hurt.
Look at the shots. Lion Blaze was
he
perfect.
Had it.
6
he
for
had
6.
It. Of course he's 6 for 6. Sharif's leaving the goal open for him. There's not much to shoot on.
He did drive away a few times. I think, if anything, you know, I think we could say that Sharif, he was making far more plays. He was making way more plays than Lion Blaze was, but at the same time, got a bit overconfident at times and overcommitted, and it was just mental mistakes that Sharif made. And you know, you hate to see it, you love to see it. I don't know. How do you feel about it, Shogun?
My flamingo has deflated because of this. Look, just gone.
Gosh.
Just gone.
You might need to go to the doctor to get that checked.
That's just done.
Or the vet.
Thanks, Sharif. Now I have to go and get more batteries. This is all Sharif's fault.
Well, you should be prepared.
What do you mean?
Where's your backup batteries?
I have backup batteries. That only lasts like half an hour. That's terrifying. That was like 4 batteries that had to go for. Oh, there you go. Lion Blaze. Starting off, well, exactly as he finished the last one. And, you know, this is the problem here, James, is we're expecting Lion Blaze to get better. Sharif doesn't need to get worse for this to become an issue. And both of them are happening.
But I like that play from Lion Blaze.
It just comes disconnected. All right, no, batteries weren't a problem. Oh, all right, that's all good. This might be a problem.
What got disconnected? How does it even...
I have to, like, plug it in.
How are you supposed to wear that at a party if it has to get plugged in?
It's...
To the wall?
I don't know. I haven't got to worry about parties, James.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Look, the flamingo was just very upset. We're going to name him. Call him... Jim.
Wow, that is the most uncreative name. You realize Jim is the nickname for people named James, and I'm James, and you couldn't think of a name, so you went with Jim.
All right, well, give me a name beginning with F.
All right, Frank
Flamingo. I like it. All right, that works. Now, what I would like to see as well is Sharif to sort this one out, and it is certainly not looking like that's going to be the case right now. Lion Blaze just continuing to dominate.
Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit like, you know, well, we saw the same thing with Mektos. You come out with the blazing fists of fury. You use every combo you got, and then quickly the fighter figures you out and is starting to deflect all your punches, and before you know it, you're the one getting punched around. Sharif struggling to find an answer here to Lion Blaze, who's had great challenges, and even this one might see if he gets another bump. But Lion Blaze,
dumb pace time.
Is it what?
Slow play is not working. Is it dumb pace time?
What is that?
Just go. Ball chase.
Oh, ball chase. Oh.
Ball chase, Sharif. That's what I want to see at this point. Just get Lion Blaze thinking a little bit, because this is clearly not working. The challenge game is far too good for Lion Blaze. And I don't see a way that Sharif is just going to outplay him right now without being able to get a huge boost advantage, which he can do by going quick, as he's almost wiped out Lion Blaze, but a fantastic recovery. There's no real danger.
Yeah, I'm with you, Shogun. I think when Sharif's trying to slow the game down a bit and maybe playing a bit more seriously, it's not working as well as when he was showboating a bit. I think if he can bring that swagger back that he had at the start of this series and couple it with a bit better decision making, then you got the recipe for success. But you can tell he's starting to slow things down, trying to play a bit more patient. And I'm with you. I think Lion Blaze has him in that department.
And Lion Blaze can take people and opponents for a long time without them scoring on him. Mektos definitely found that out earlier on. So the bad news for Sharif is that it's now over 3 minutes since he last scored. Oh. The good news is that Frank is revived. He is alive again. Sorry, that was good news for me, not Sharif.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif, he didn't have the time to go for the corner boost. He was on empty, decided to go for it, but Lion Blaze was ready for that flick. And we've seen that quite a bit already from Sharif, where he just miscalculates how much time he's actually got. And now he's going to score on his own net. Another kickoff goal. I don't know. Has Sharif scored a kickoff goal yet, or has it just been him getting scored on?
It's the same style as kickoff as well. Oof. Like, this is truly heartbreaking for Sharif. And it just goes to show, like, how much of a mental effect these sort of things tend to have. Because he was right there. He was really dominating. You know, you remember the confidence that he had to get one of those goals where he's just got Lion Blaze jumping.
Yeah, he was galloping.
But that is all gone at this point, and this sort of game mode will do that to you. Here we go. Lion Blaze definitely full of confidence at the moment. He's certainly not going to be any worse for wear, especially given the situation he finds himself in. Still no goals against him in what is coming up now to 5 minutes of gameplay.
Now Lion Blaze has had, oh, look at that flick. Sharif flies by. But Lion Blaze has had such good bumps and demos this game that has kept Sharif back. And Sharif also now struggling to get boost. Last game he had 15 shots. This time he's got 1. And now he gets bumped out of the play again. Oh, that was a great fake. Oh!
Well, the fake game still works. That is what, his third now?
Oh man, that was, he slammed on the brakes.
Jump from Lion Blaze. It's like, I already passed. This is already done. We might as well just make it look spectacular, and just jumps away.
You know, he's got a bit of showmanship in him. You know, it's like the death scenes at the theater. You gotta sell it.
No, I don't think Frank was really selling it earlier on. Milking it maybe, but definitely not selling it.
Reset. That was well challenged by Lion Blaze. Uh-oh. Sharif catching himself out in no man's land. You saw him hitting the brakes. And Lion Blaze slow his ball down. But that when Sharif hit the brakes there, it was over. You knew it was over.
Sharif, there's a lot of part of 1v1 which is all about your recovery. And Sharif just hasn't been able to recover. He puts himself into situations where it either works out perfectly for him or it's just done. And yeah, it's mostly just been done for him so far as he looks to set himself up, hooks the ball around, but it's off target. Lion Blaze, he's not going to recover from that one. Yeah, he's going to go in. Lion Blaze, I think he had an argument with the woodwork.
Yeah, Lion Blaze, he dove for this ball and slammed against the post, landed upside down. So he wasn't the fastest to find his wheels, and that allowed Sharif to get back and get in position and score. But Sharif, I think really the problem for him, Shogun, has just been the decisions. A lot of times it hasn't really been misexecution. It's just been the positioning decisions that have not boded well for him. Going for boost when he didn't have it, hesitating on the challenges, and catching himself out in no man's land. Sharif, I think, just needs to get that confidence back and play with speed and not, you could tell on that last play where he hit the brakes and had the ball flicked over his head that he's second guessing himself a bit.
What? Lion Blaze didn't do anything. This was not a play by Lion Blaze.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dearie me.
That's what happens.
All right.
In ones,
yeah, it is.
Sharif took a gamble, and it's understandable. There's barely any time left. You got to go for it.
Lion Blaze is doing everything that he needs to do right now. Slow the game down. Make sure Sharif is forced to think about it, because Sharif's clearly still having problems earlier on from that earlier drop. And make sure he has to stew in it. We do call this originally the salt mine. It's now the gold mine. But there's no worse place to be than being forced to play over and over again when you're still trying to get over what was a previous loss for Lion Blaze. Just keep doing this right now. Make sure you keep reminding him.
You certainly have to. I mean, Lion Blaze, the tournament favorite now, I would say. Now like you said, first killer's gone. I had to put my sunglasses on real quick. We're going to be on camera.
Yeah, we are.
Get Frank ready.
Yeah, Frank's ready. All right, Frank's always ready. He's alive. Vets are very expensive these days. Considering, he just needed to have the power socket plugged back in. That was quite the bill that I ended up getting. But he's all good. He's going. And hopefully we can say the same of Sharif soon enough, because this series is getting out of hand very, very quickly. And Lion Blaze, he's not going to slow down here. This is now all on Sharif to figure this one out.
Certainly, Lion Blaze outclassed Sharif that last game with possession. The challenges were so good from Lion Blaze. Also, bumps, demos, everything there. Sharif has to get his head back in the game. Gets a kickoff goal, so maybe that will be the spark for Sharif.
At least he actually finally gets a kickoff goal for himself as well, because it's been one of the major areas that has been going against him, so to get it that clean. Happy with that. Got to start doing it again, though. This front kickoff. Can't quite follow it up, but it's still another win. He's got the ball. He's got the boost. And he's got a good chance here of making this 2 if the flick was stronger.
He went all in there, trying to get that demo. Oh, now he gets a good challenge, and it does pay off. I was a bit worried that Sharif dove too hard as Lion Blaze got to that boost first, but Lion Blaze, that touch right there was not what he wanted. Needed to push that forward and let that kick over to the left, and Sharif punished him for it.
But if you notice that Sharif is getting the best results when he's acting upon these plays before Lion can set up for the flick. Once Lion's got full control of the ball, game over, more or less, if he wants to go on in. He's got to get there early, or he has got to back off. There's another kickoff goal over for Lion Blaze. That seems to just be a one-off for Sharif.
And he's been winning him over to the left side quite a bit, Shogun. We saw that even on the pinch goal that ended overtime in game 1. Lion Blaze going from right to left, pushing it over to that left wall consistently, and he's been able to beat Sharif that way quite a few times.
Certainly so. Sharif again goes early. Pretty neutral. It's going to be all about down to recovery. Both players know that there's no immediate threats. Not really gone much of anywhere for Lion Blaze. Sharif going to have to try and keep this pace up here. He needs this game. Otherwise, he requires a reverse sweep of Lion Blaze. And just that sense alone should go to show you that it's probably not going to happen. Ooh. This one is necessary.
And we've seen a few flicks from Sharif that have gone high. He's had a few moments where he's had scoring opportunities, but the flicks just keep going high. So he's going to need to figure out a way to bring those down.
Still better. He's been very proactive and not even have a chance to shoot here. He did get bumped and almost recovered it in time, but instead Lion Blaze will walk the ball in.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it too, Shogun. You saw him jostling for position, and Sharif bounced off the ball. I think he hit it with his undercarriage. Just didn't go well. That was a close one. That was, inches away from being a Sharif goal, and Lion Blaze ends up tying it up.
For Sharif, it just goes from tilting moment to thinking you're untilted to a brand new tilting moment. Showing incredible mental strength, though, to perform the way he is at the moment, and a phenomenal catch. Means that he is going to go back in the lead yet again.
Yeah, Lion Blaze committed heavily again in the corner. Didn't have the cleanest recovery either, but I don't think the perfect recovery would have helped him there. Love this fight that we're seeing out of Sharif. He's going to have another opportunity here. Picking up pads, delaying his touch, and that was not it. Ran out of real estate, and Lion Blaze made him pay.
Now, one thing we have yet to see from Sharif is a couple of earlier shots. We get it a lot from players like Fairy Peak, a couple of players like O'Khalid. Very good at just taking a shot and putting you into an awkward spot and starting to steal the 100 side boost. Whenever Sharif gets in those positions, it feels like he has to score right there and then, and he doesn't. He can calm down a little bit, take his time, and wait for the opportunity. Has he just given this one away? He certainly has. I think he was expecting Lion Blaze to make contact, and he did not.
Yeah, low boost, 12. He just misread the jump. Sharif, when you've only got one small pad to work with, you have to have your read perfect. And he just whiffed on that.
Lion Blaze, definitely know he can play better than this at the moment. He'll be very happy with not necessarily having to get to the next gear whilst trying to get through to the grand finals.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, there you go. He's got the 100 as well. Perfect good chance. Managed to get Lion Blaze to move. Follow-up shot directly at him. Had to find a top corner.
And you wonder if Sharif just went for the hit off the backboard. You think he might have been able to have it. I don't know if he was... Oh, Lion Blaze with the 50 on the goal line. Honestly, I'm watching Sharif. I'm tilted. Shogun, I'm tilted. I can't imagine how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, he tried to go to the wall. As soon as he's down up there, just has no control over a low challenge. And for Sharif, every single goal, it just feels like it's punctuated. A little bit more of a salty aftertaste. Every single time. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, my God. Oh, I feel bad for him.
Sharif can't really catch a break. And even that challenge didn't go very well.
Needs this right now. He's got 2 minutes left, 2 goals down. He loses it. He requires 4 in a row. And, well, that task has just grown exponentially more difficult.
You can see him playing a game of chicken. And Lion Blaze beat him to the ball. Sharif went all in on that play. I don't blame him for it, but he's been just a bit off. Just a bit off on the mechanical execution, the decisions. It has not been the best that we've seen from Sharif.
Yeah, you don't play chicken against the Lion.
Oh.
And you pretty much don't play ones against Lion Blaze. My goodness. That is him taking full advantage of the kickoff. Gets a good win for himself. The follow-up is just that good.
Yeah, the pre-flip into the flip reset. Lion Blaze looking like the king of the jungle.
I don't know, mate. Frank might have something to say about that.
I think Frank would get eaten very quickly.
I mean, Frank doesn't have a weakness to teeth, okay? He has a weakness to power sockets.
I feel like a good tooth would probably pop him, but Lion Blaze, he's popping off, coming off the ceiling there, saving his flip until he's at the ground. Cutting the grass on that flip, still forcing it through. Lion Blaze having no issues, and he is breezing past Sharif so far.
This really has been a statement from him. Lost earlier on in the opening few games against Mektos, and ever since then, Lion Blaze just seems untouchable. Sharif will keep coming back to that first game. He's going to give himself a lifeline here. But Lion Blaze knows how to see these games out. Don't expect to see him, well, cutting rotation like that too many more times.
Yeah, and in terms of kickoffs, which is what's going to have to be perfect for Sharif to get back into this game, we've seen Lion Blaze pretty much dominating, winning every ball out to the left. See if that keeps happening this time. Another good kickoff for him. And that's going to burn up some time. Even though he doesn't get the kickoff goal, he's still maintaining pressure, keeping Sharif low on boost. And that
Still
flip
in.
reset almost finds its way in.
But this is what I wanted to see from Sharif earlier on. The slow play over in the corner. Keep stealing the boost. And, you know, we've just gone down the entire left-hand side here for Lion Blaze. He picked up all 3 of the boosts. Sharif has to keep this pressure on. He needs to score from this right now, but Lion Blaze is still in so much control of the boost.
Yeah.
And it looks like this one's done.
Sharif went all in on that play, used up all his time, all his boost getting sucked away from Lion Blaze. And you can see Sharif trying to close this game out with a little bit of fun.
It does look like it's done at this point, doesn't it, James? Lion Blaze gonna go up 3-0 in this series. Sharif has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that first game was looking so promising, Shogun. We saw
It also
some
feels
crazy
so
plays.
long ago.
Yeah, it does. It feels like we've moved on to a different era. Sharif, he was so dominant for the first part of that game, still ended up allowing Lion Blaze to come back into it, just making a few decisions that weren't the best. But he did have some great plays. Lion Blaze, however, has made almost no mistakes, very few mistakes. It's almost impossible to play perfect Rocket League, especially in ones where every single moment you're forced to be on the ball, forced to play perfect. But Lion Blaze has been playing such a solid game, and Sharif, he's been struggling a bit, but Lion Blaze, I think, has been making it worse.
Frank's become my emotional support flamingo. This has been hard to watch.
Look at his neck.
unfortunately.
His neck is like,
It's fine. He's
it's
flexible.
perfect for biting. I
I'm-
can't believe you
What
said
do
that.
you mean?
That a lion would just take him out
Watch,
in one
watch,
bite. One
bite. Ah, he's got away. He's too slippery. Okay, it's impossible to bite Frank.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll just believe you. I'll take your word on that, show.
Thank you. You know what? I wish everyone would. Stop questioning me. All right, it's all good. The emotional support flamingo is ready for game 4. We know Lion Blaze is ready for game 4. Question now becomes, is Sharif ready for game 4? Because he has got to start stepping up here.
Ooh, that's good.
That's a
That's
fantastic
a good way to start it. That's a good way to start it. Sharif, low boost dynamics. Lion Blaze turning for that, and you could see Sharif hit the brakes at the last second and didn't jump. Allowed that ball to pop straight up off his car. A bit of a risk, but that risk paid off. And if you're Sharif, I'm pretty cool with that. You know, you gotta start playing creatively. You gotta start taking some bold plays to get Lion Blaze off kilter and try to get yourself back to where you were earlier, where you were able to put on some great pressure against Lion Blaze. So maybe we'll see the big guns come out finally from Sharif.
Oh, Sharif almost gave away a free shot. It's that movement from the outside of the field to the inside of the field that has been catching him with a couple of easy challenges for Lion Blaze. And I feel like it should be almost the other way around. You know, go from the outside, go from the inside, cut outside, and then cut back inwards. Really get the ball moving around and force Lion Blaze to start questioning it. As for Lion Blaze, you talked earlier on, James, about how it just seems like there hasn't really been a moment where he's made a mistake. And you can kind of see why. He's not had to step up the mechanical side. We've seen a couple of flip resets from him. It feels weird that we are at a day and age of 1v1 where flip reset just seems like a normal play. But he can go better than this. He can be much more terrifying than this. Just hasn't been pushed to it just yet, but if Sharif can keep scoring, he might push him to that level.
And Sharif keeping Lion Blaze low on boost and getting some good challenges. And Lion Blaze, he hasn't made a ton of mistakes, but he has lost some challenges pretty badly that have led to goals. But that is, you know, most of what ones is anyway. But Sharif, he's playing with a lot of confidence. I love this, keeping Lion Blaze down. But Lion Blaze will finally open up the score sheet.
have a look. Just instant turn. Yep, Sharif completely unable to recover in time. That's a bit of a freebie for Lion Blaze.
I gotta take these sunglasses off. I can't see anything.
Where's the pigeon hat?
I
Is it
mean,
like enshrined in like the
it is.
secret psionics museum?
It's currently in a climate-controlled container.
Ooh, very nice. What's the perfect temperature for the pigeon hat?
69 degrees.
Ah. I feel like, are you trying to grow bacteria into that thing just to make it more authentic? Or are you
Yes.
trying to keep it pristine?
Nope. Dave Hagewood.
Yep.
The
Yeah, we're
CEO
on
of Sonic
first
back
name.
in
It's just
the day.
Dave to me.
Dave, yeah. Well, he wore that season 1, so I'm trying to, just
Ah.
keep it the same temperature, don't wash it, keep it all the way it was.
All right, fair. How warm was it in that pigeon helmet?
I don't know, but I know at the Avalon, I think it was like 69 degrees. So that's why I'm trying to recreate it.
Okay. See if Sharif can create a few more of these goal scoring opportunities. Being a lot more aggressive this time around, and I'm liking it. Whenever Sharif has hesitated, he's been caught. 100 boost. Oh, Lion Blaze saw it, but he actually got baited in. I love that from Sharif. Baited the 100 and launched towards net.
Yeah, there's that bold play. You see, he gets Lion Blaze to steal the boost. He tries to fake Lion Blaze into thinking he wants that mid boost for his play. Lion Blaze says, "Oh, I'm gonna snag it," and Sharif says, "Gotcha." That was so bold, and that's the exact type of play that I was hoping to see out of Sharif, where he's making these plays that just make you scratch your head but work, like that galloping play he had earlier.
Yeah, Sharif, it feels like a weird tribute to be giving to a player, but he's very good at, the body acting side of all of this, making you fully convinced that this is the play he actually wants. He's very good at putting himself almost in awkward spots that he knows he's good enough to recover from to fully convince you, hey, I want this 100 boost, or hey, I want to go for this awkward shot, pulling back out and then going for something completely different after you're completely moved away from the field. There's nice flick over the top. Fakes out the first one, forces Lion Blaze to move, and then he's completely out of position for the second.
Now, and this is where I wanted to see better plays from Sharif. That close to the net flick gameplay was a bit lacking earlier on. That time, that was a great play. He was able to actually jump up, fake that first shot, use his jump to get back down to the ground quicker. And then that flick, that was lovely. And now a ceiling play. Gets Lion Blaze to bite, and Lion Blaze will still save it. See if he gets a goal.
He certainly should do, but he wasn't able to gather the ball quick enough. Lion Blaze going to take his time.
What an exchange.
Yeah, he's being so proactive now, Sharif. He realizes, hey, it's okay if Lion Blaze has got offensive contact. Just don't let him have it for too long. And Lion Blaze is missing the mechanical side right now. That was not a well-designed attack.
And Lion Blaze, I mean, if you're behind by 2, that's not the time you go for a play like that. I mean, I see what he's going for. He's trying to get that unblockable shot, but it just wasn't executed well. And I think if you got that space, if you're Lion Blaze, why not just keep doing what you were doing before? Bring it up. Try to bait Sharif in, flick it over his head, get the goal. But that play was a bit too ambitious.
Yeah, that play works if Sharif has stopped moving on the goal line. He's not. He's moving in. He's literally just hooking back in like you would with any other rotation. So it becomes a much more difficult target to find. And for Lion Blaze, just was not the time to go for it. 3-goal lead, not too much longer remaining. I feel like we've been here previously, and
he's
we'll see if Sharif has learned his lesson. It seems so. Full confidence back in. We'll hit the crossbar.
And the flick's still a bit high. You can see he hasn't dialed that in yet. But it doesn't matter. This game has been all Sharif. He's going to have to still play smart, because with ones and with how kickoffs have been going in the past, Sharif, this game isn't over just yet.
Oh, he does get tripped up. Again, Lion Blaze can't quite get enough on him. And Sharif keeps feinting that he wants to go for these plays, and he's backing down. 30 seconds left. Lion Blaze has got a better setup this time, but Sharif will still avoid him.
Sharif doing good to get some hype, but Lion Blaze didn't have boost. and he stays in the play to challenge, but that's going to be the game. Sharif starting to stabilize, and we saw some bold plays from him. I think that play where he feinted going for that mid boost and then flicked it far corner, that was so smart. He was on a heavy boost disadvantage, went all in on that play, and it worked out.
Yeah, Sharif definitely has a rhythm that he likes to stick to in these situations, and when he loses it, then we have seen the result. It's not been pretty. This time around, he did find his rhythm and managed to keep the ball away from Lion Blaze. Got him dancing, and he has at least got himself 1 on the board. Still 3 more needed, though, James. So we're not going to get too excited just yet. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, maybe, this will be good. That'll be fun.
Well, we'll see how much fun it actually is. Sharif hasn't been having the most fun of a series, I'd say, especially that first game, starting out with a kickoff goal, ending on a kickoff goal. But this game, so much better, looking crisp. We saw Lion Blaze making quite a few mistakes as well, getting a bit too ambitious on the attack as well. It wasn't just a defensive mistake. We saw him trying to go for that the air dribble into the bump, air dribble into the demo a couple times. Neither one of them panned out. So we'll see if Lion Blaze cleans things up a bit, or if Sharif keeps being bold and making Lion Blaze feel awkward and make those mistakes.
Yeah, certainly so. It will always come to the point of, we're going to keep looking at this and saying, well, even if we do get to the point of Game 7, can Sharif keep his cool when that level of pressure is on him? But first things first, we're going to get to that point, and Lion Blaze would like to see this series out here. Oh, here we go, Sharif. He's managed to, almost managed to guess it, but that was, well, he tried to predict the future there, and clairvoyance, among many abilities, maybe not one that Rocket League players have.
I think he might have wanted to forward diagonal flip, side flipped a bit too much, and went off the ball, and that prevented him from being able to have any sort of follow-up. Not the cleanest play from Sharif.
He's got to make sure that he doesn't give these away too easily, because the further he goes down, the more reckless he has to be in offense.
Oh, that's a good win.
He's not missing that one, and we are back to 1 each. Sharif, much more no-nonsense on the challenges. This was a major issue he was having earlier on, James, and it's not so much anymore.
And when diving into the corners like that for your Lion Blaze, that rarely will work out for you. Sharif got behind the ball quite a bit, but that's just not the play. Lion Blaze gets punished for it.
James, I love you already that you mentioned that corner and just how it's a no-go zone in one.
Yeah, just don't go. Just let him have it.
I annoyed people with how much I was ranting and raving about that this week. What? There's nothing there for you. Like, you're going to have to get the perfect challenge for it to go anywhere near. Okay, here we go, Sharif. Why?
What did we
just
say?
You challenge that corner? Come on, you're going to be listening to us. We know, number one, players listen to the commentators because we know everything.
Exactly.
See, look what happened. Indirect, but, you should have been listening, dudes.
And Sharif had so much boost. Lion Blaze had none. Sharif, I think, was being a bit too stingy with his boost on that play. And it affected him. He could have just gone for that challenge a bit more quickly, and Lion Blaze wouldn't have been able to deal with it. He had 3 boosts. That's not enough to do anything.
Oh, that ball was a little bit more awkward. I had a feeling that after it bopped upwards, maybe it would give Lion Blaze the amount of time needed to recover. And he wasn't far off, but Sharif still able to put the shot on target in time.
Yeah, Lion Blaze is looking like he's trying to win the ball out to the right on that one. Not having as much success. Sharif has been cleaning up his kickoff game.
Oh, that's a flip reset. Oh my goodness, Lion Blaze. Like, it's so quick. You think flip reset, you think, okay, it's a bit of a long slogging play that the defender can typically set up for. Lion Blaze, that was fast.
And the thing that's so crazy about that is that he was able to get such a good first jump first touch into a pre-flip so quickly, because he had to get the perfect touch on that ball to get it to the right distance to even set up for that flip reset play. Made it look so easy. The finesse on that was spectacular, but Sharif has an answer for it.
So we're switching this narrative now, are we? Because Sharif is now the one winning every single challenge in the midfield. Something that he's definitely going to need to rely on if he's going to keep this comeback on. more so, we're going to have to see where these kickoffs end up going. It's still crazy. These players have 20 or so kickoffs in their repertoire. I've still barely learned one, okay? As long as the ball is not in my net, I'm happy.
Yeah. Sharif gonna have to deal with this. Oh, Lion Blaze also jumps. That was risky. He might get scored on for this as well. Lion Blaze will have to get up some pads to play defense. Sharif cuts one way, cuts the other, goes for the tap, and it's safe.
That was an awful lot of movement for very little goal.
But it looked good. It looked good up till the final play.
It did. And when we've seen those sort of plays, almost the overworking for it, Sharif has scored pretty much every single time. That's the first one that he has not managed to get something for. Has he managed to catch himself out? Sharif needs to realize these back corners are his friends. Like, he keeps trying to turn midfield when he has no need to. He can just take the ball back, pick up the 100, reset the play. Instead, he's trying to force the ball to stay in his opponent's side of the field. And Lion Blaze is perfectly happy with that as he puts himself up by 1.
And he baits Sharif into no man's land yet again. And this is where Lion Blaze has been so good. The flicks perfectly timed, the perfect amount of height to get it right over Sharif's head and into the net. We've seen him do that so much, whereas on Sharif's side, we've seen him go for those flicks. Lion Blaze doesn't really bite, kind of stays in net, forces Sharif to make a good shot, and Sharif's been putting the flicks high. So Lion Blaze has looked extra good, but a big win all the way from downfield, and Sharif says, what a save.
Extra good and also extra greedy, Lion Blaze. I don't think he's going to get back either way. That was very well set up for Sharif. The half volley always going to have plenty of power on it. And Sharif telling him he's a ball chaser. Hey, if you've got access to the quick chat here, you need something, Sharif. You might as well. Oh, there we go. He just almost giving him a taste of his own medicine, but he dives on through, and Lion Blaze, depending on how quickly he can recover this, has got an open net, and he will take it.
Lion Blaze, I wonder if he's even got chat enabled. We'll see some chirping. Because
I don't think Lion Blaze will go for it.
Sharif just called him a ball chaser, and Sharif go for that ball. You know, that would have been the perfect opportunity.
Lion Blaze is saying
what?
everything he needs to with the score, okay? He doesn't need to he doesn't need to stoop down to this level. Sharif, though, keep doing it. Yes.
Uh-oh.
No, go score. Oh, dear.
And now this is a chance to really say something if you're Lion Blaze. But, oh, he takes too much time. Oh, Sharif will make him pay for that.
Let him know, Sharif. Go on, get in that quick chat.
Let's see what he has to say.
Oh, he skipped. Nah, there's nothing there.
He's ready for the next play.
Sharif, see him commit.
Well, Sharif, I like that play. Lion Blaze thinking that he has time. Sharif going for the quick challenge. That's a very important thing to do in ones, is mix up your defensive game. Sometimes you give people space. Sometimes you want to chase right there. Don't even think about it. Just go. And then Sharif has been punishing Lion Blaze so much. Lion tried to take a bit of time. You see him hesitating there. And that was tough for him to get back to.
Certainly was. So Sharif staying in it here. Has to win this one. Otherwise, he will be eliminated from the goal. Lion Blaze. I mean, do we really need to break this one down? He just,
I like that. You know,
that's a brick wall.
Yeah, and not only do you want to mix up your offensive and defensive game, the kickoff game. Mix it up. We saw Lion Blaze hit the brakes, not flip into the ball, soak up that contact.
Doesn't have to be a ball chaser. He's got the ball coming to him, thanks to Sharif.
Yeah, he absorbed it that time. He's like a ball absorber.
6-6. Sharif looking to grab something here, but he's got to hook the ball upwards. Took a little bit of time to do it as well. Lion Blaze could get the read. And then he dived on in! Lion Blaze, where are you going, lad? Did not respect Sharif at all.
That was critical error. If he doesn't jump there, he's probably able to turn around and get back in time. Lion Blaze, he got a bit antsy after wave dashing down to the ground. Thought he had the speed, but that is not the case.
Has got himself a good kickoff, though, but nothing to really capitalize on immediately. Instead, knows that Sharif has to pick up the 100s. Now, this is a good spot for Lion Blaze. He can set up. Sharif will always follow, and he's fully aware of that fact.
And, if you're Sharif, you see this play coming, and he jumped a bit awkwardly, didn't get the jump that he wanted. Sharif, I think, was shook on that play. Lion Blaze, that cut. It's like when you see someone in basketball have a good crossover and their ankles buckle. That's really what it looked like to me with Sharif.
It's really a hard spot for Sharif as well, because he knows Lion is very happy to take it to that far side middle boost to take up the wall. And then, so he's got to respect that possibility. And instead, Lion Blaze just takes route 1, and good save from Lion Blaze this time around. Sharif has to get this next goal, or it is super bad times for him as he darts around and wants to see if Lion Blaze will make a mistake. Lion Blaze pretty coolly just calls his bluff.
We've seen Sharif make that play, the cut left and right and left and right, with the ball, without the ball. A lot of movement from Sharif.
Sharif, don't turn. Please don't turn. Just get the feeling that he might in these situations. And now that boost has become a big issue, but Lion Blaze gave him some space. Might grow to regret that here as Sharif misflicks. And Lion Blaze quick enough to respond. Sometimes those misflicks are good enough for you, but Lion Blaze tries to chase it down. We go to overtime instead.
Yeah, Sharif's flicks, they have not been on point in this series. But he gets the kickoff, and that'll seal it. Lost the kickoff OT in game 1. But here we are, game 5. Sharif gets the win.
And Lion Blaze went back to it. He wanted to be the brick wall for a second time, but this time it was more of a deployable barrier that Sharif kicked down and takes us into game 6. I don't know about you here, James. There's a little bit of belief. Put the belief-ometer about 45%.
I call it the belief-o-meter.
Well, that's just sort of, that's just a different of cultures, right?
Yeah,
there, James.
I guess you're right. But this one, I think regardless of what you call it, the reading stays the same. It's starting to creep up. It's starting to creep up there. Sharif, in those first few, after game 1, it looked like Sharif mentally just wasn't hanging in there. And then, when his back was to the wall, elimination game, started to pick things up. And now this one was a hard-fought victory. So, if Sharif pulls off a reverse sweep, that would be something else.
I don't think Frank's blinked once this entire stream. This is.
I can't see his eye. You got to turn him to the side.
There you go. Now he sees everyone's souls.
Yeah.
That's a regret right there. Let's not do that. Either way, we are now getting ourselves into game number 6, and Sharif rocking and rolling here, looking to take us into an all-important game 7. And as for Lion Blaze, we've talked an awful lot here about what Sharif can do better, what he has been doing better. We haven't had a chance to really tackle Lion Blaze in all of this. It feels like he's yo.
Yo, this is game 6, man.
I said
game 7.
No, I said game 6 to get to game 7.
Oh, my bad.
The Flamingo doesn't have the years, but you do.
I was taking off my glasses again.
All right, well, I'm not going to question that one. That's all good.
And that was a dive. And we've seen that happen over and over again. Always so risky to go that deep into enemy territory, diving in, trying to make that challenge. Lion Blaze will strike first. He's been on match point these last few games and gets another demo. This is easily going to be a goal. Little tap. How fast is this? Quick guess. 13.
20.
17. Who was closer?
I think I'm out by 3 or out by 4.
Yeah, I was out by 4.
So that is a resounding, crushing victory for me.
Lion Blade's a good start. And that kickoff might be another one. And no! Lion Blaze will miss that wide.
Uh-oh. Lion, you might want to finish him off while you have the chance. You already know that Sharif can get tricky. Turns around. Will Sharif want to fully commit? He does! Sharif getting a lot of success. I feel like the fake challenges for him have just done nothing this entire series, but the committed challenges have done a lot better. Lion Blaze's flick game just too strong for him so far, and he managed to fake him out. Try to show that he would maybe go for the first time shot. Lion Blaze We'll get back in time to save the follow-up shot. Ooh, where are you going, Lion? You got away with that. Oh, well, not for much longer.
Sharif will recover in time to get the goal. Sharif thought he should have scored a bit earlier. That mistake from Lion Blaze, but still, Sharif recovers, gets the demo, and pokes it back in. Love this fight out of Sharif.
Yeah, he is so good. When he can get this game to be so close to each other and just keep on becoming a fight for the ball, and he's got another kickoff for himself. Both went to try and push the ball over to the mid boost. Instead, it is Sharif that comes out better.
And I think that is really one point that you have to make. Sharif was losing so badly on the kickoffs earlier, but really has started to get the better of Lion Blaze the longer this series has gone on.
Lion Blaze is going to come out this one pretty well, but yeah, I mean, he was literally scoring without having to touch the ball again. What was Lion Blaze? He was just winning it. Football straight in. Sharif got a good angle to work with here, but he has momentarily lost Lion Blaze. I do like that. Lion Blaze, intentional or not, did catch himself into the blind spot of where that play was. So Sharif didn't know where he was, had to play it early.
A good bump from Sharif actually messed up Lion Blaze to where he couldn't even get that boost. But Lion Blaze will have another goal here. Gives First Killer committing hard on that play. Lion Blaze's defense has been quite good. He's forced First Killer to make a play, and First Killer really has not been able to make a lot of plays when he's been taking the ball upfield, getting the ball on his hood. The flicks haven't been there. The power shots, usually you see some kind of mix-up. Sharif hasn't even really gone for many power shots. Despite getting the ball bouncing, continues to try to make these flicks work that just aren't hitting the mark.
Yeah, Sharif, same as always, he has that one play in mind, and he has to go for it. And if Lion Blaze figures it out, then it tends to be all rosy for Lion Blaze. Oh my, managed to just land on it. Almost snuck in. Sharif doesn't quite find the demo, and he is going to be running out of boost here. The 100 does not
spawned
show
on
up.
him. It spawned
it was
on
Sharif that got it.
Yeah, it's Sharif. He was driving over it, and it spawned.
I didn't even see it. I was on Lion Blaze. I was like, okay, that one's just mistimed. It's amazing, though, because if we can't see it, then Lion Blaze, that's do incredibly well just to figure that one out for himself. Players do tend to have a mental timer as to roughly when it comes on in, and this should be free each, but, well, the one bit of RNG in Rocket League comes to help out Lion Blaze.
Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. And one thing to point out, and it's especially important at ones, but I believe it was a rocket science video that talked about whoever is higher will get the boost. I've even had it in situations where I've gone and I was racing somebody to the corner, and they were in front of me, but because I jumped, I got it.
I always get the boost anyway because the boost knows better.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. You treat your boost well.
Lion Blaze. Just happy to see this one through at the moment. Oh, Sharif, that was a weird angle. He knew where Lion Blaze was going. I don't quite know what he was going for here. That was... didn't even really use the handbrake for it. It was a full 360 turn to come in at a side angle challenge.
Yeah, not the greatest turn there from Sharif. Perhaps started to panic a bit, was getting low on boost, figured he had to make his move. Made the move, but it wasn't the move. It was not what was needed.
He's going to come out like kick off somewhat well. Can pick up the 100 boost, but he did get caught earlier on from this position. His turn challenges not working out for him right now. Can set up, hooks the ball inwards. He's managed to catch Lion Blaze in a fantastic spot. As soon as you see Lion Blaze stop moving, that's where Sharif knows he can shoot wherever he wants to.
And that's what I like to see from Sharif. In the past, he would try to get under this ball and flick it. But that time just goes for the strong shot. And it worked out. That's exactly what he needs to keep doing. I think if you're Sharif, get it bouncing and just go for the power shot.
I love Sharif. He's still in the quick chat. You better start trying, he says. Look, you know Lion Blaze is not going to respond. It's too off-brand for him.
Oh, he's going to respond right here, yes. Off the backboard.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is working. I know I'm enjoying it as the chaotic neutral, but maybe don't annoy Lion Blaze.
I mean, Lion Blaze, I don't know if he's annoyed at all. He hasn't said a thing. He's responding in quick chat. That's it. He said GG after all the last barrage of trash talking.
He's not even typing that one. That's an automatic GG right there. He doesn't even bother.
Yeah, he's just quick chatting. It's too much effort.
Got macro for it or something.
I might be
30
saying,
seconds. Oh, this could be it for Sharif. He's got to get going here.
this is a chance. He needed to jump a bit sooner. I think Lion Blaze gave him the space, but Sharif didn't jump on it. And now time melting away. All in. This is a good bounce. It's high. I don't think Lion Blaze will get it.
I don't think he cares. That is gonna do it. So Lion Blaze is gonna make it through to our grand final. Sharif, he fought back, but this is where his story comes to an end.
And I like that fight from Sharif. It could have been a 4-0. You know, it was looking like it was going to be, certainly, but Sharif answering back, bringing his A game, really. I thought he wasn't playing the best that we've seen him. The flick's definitely not there for him today. But Sharif still making it respectable, getting a pair of wins before Lion Blaze ultimately will close out the series and move on. So Lion Blaze, I would say the crowd favorite, since First Killer is no longer in the tournament, does secure his spot in the grand final.
Yeah, certainly will be interesting to see who will be taking him on. As for Sharif, if he could have got that flick game going, there might have been a bit more there for him. But, you know, I feel like this is a series that could look so different as well if just that first game went the opposite way around, because this should have started off 1-0 for Sharif, and he looked like he was tilted for the next 7 or so minutes of gameplay. As we do check out where we are at in the tournament at the moment. Lion Blaze made it through. And right now, Com is 1-2 down against AJ. That's currently happening over at JohnniBoi's channel.
And that's going to be a good... I might actually tune into that right now. You know, that's a series that I want to see. I would love to see AJ... Well, I do like Com too. You know, me and Com, close friends. We met in Jersey. Had a great connection. Him and Jamesbot, good friends of mine. So... we'll see how that plays out. I think I'll tune in, but Shogun, let's give everyone a chance to tune in. We're going to go to do we have an interview?
We have a Lion Blaze.
Oh, we do have an interview.
He doesn't need to use quick chat. He gets to use the winner's interview.
Oh, that's good.
So Lion Blaze, we the chat didn't, I don't know if the stream got to see the chat, but we saw the chirping that was going on, but you just stayed cool. What was going through your mind?
Well, honestly, I felt like that was more Sharif trying to keep his cool than anything. Sharif does have a hard time sometimes with like keeping his nerves down. I feel like that's the way he deals with it, is to kind of boast around. But yeah, I kind of just let it slide. I was like, yeah, I don't need to worry about it.
Well, it looked like you were in full control of that series. There was one play, you know, I've been trying to train flip resets, and to see you get such a good first touch into a flip reset shot, you know, just be honest with me. How many hours do you think it's going to take me to get that good?
I don't know. It took me a long time as well. It's one of the hardest things I ever learned was flip resets. I don't know, if you put it hard to the grind, like 500, I'd say, and you can get somewhat consistent.
Double it for me.
Yeah, it's time to get like that part of your regular schedule there, James.
But Lion Blaze, we're watching Com and AJ line up. Have you played much of these guys recently? Who are you thinking right now has the edge?
I played Com in the qualifier. I lost to him 1-4, I believe. He was playing really good though. Whenever Com is on his game, you can't really slow him down. You kind of just have to change the whole pace of the field, which is really difficult against him. But either one of those matchups will be really difficult. I haven't played AJ in a while either.
Well, I do love watching AJ play. He's pretty fun and funny to watch. I don't know if you've caught his streams, but
yeah, I've stopped by a couple times.
I just love listening to him talk trash to his teammates. That's probably my favorite thing. But Lion Blaze, is there anything that you want to say to the stream before we head to break?
Nah, I don't got anything. It's just good.
You know, he's got another interview not too long from now, okay? It's the championship winners
He's
interview.
like,
He's saving it for then.
Well, Lion Blaze, thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Well, Shogun, that was Lion Blaze, the champ. Well, the potential champ.
The
I mean,
maybe.
he did lose to Com.
He did. He did. And Com is a very dangerous player right now, but Com is also in a lot of trouble against AJ. We did see that it was 1-2 down.
So, well, let's give everyone a chance to go check out that series. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have the grand finals for the Gold Mine. Stay with us.
Only you. Yeah.
she found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad,
you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Welcome back to the Gold Mine. I'm Jamesbot, joined by Shogun, and now the Green Bean, JohnniBoi. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I am indeed the Bean Man. Let me try and get correctly situated over here.
Perfect.
I've looked absolutely ridiculous on that in my stream, but somehow I look even worse now that I've joined you guys.
Yeah.
Honestly,
What am I doing?
I think it looks better without the green screen. Honestly,
I've got green on my headset. I don't know what I mean. I hope it comes off.
You got two of those. You're fine.
Yeah, this
All
is
right.
the good one though. This is the one that works.
Oh,
the
that's
best.
okay.
Well,
That's
let's
the
take a
warning
look
one.
at this bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket. We've seen. Well, hopefully we'll get to see more of this. That was absolute gold. But this bracket has played out quite interestingly ever since First Killer didn't show up. But Lion Blaze has made the most of it.
Oh, Lion Blaze. I'm not going to see any of his games. You guys are going to need to catch me up on what he's been doing. But AJ, man, my goodness.
Yeah, you
If
tell us
Lion
what
Blaze
AJ
manages-
did. We'll tell you what Lion did.
Well, I'll just say this: if Lion Blaze can beat AJ, then it has to be one of the best 1v1 performances we've ever seen from North America. AJ is on fire. He is unbelievable tonight.
I haven't really seen AJ play a lot of ones. I've seen him play sometimes on his stream, but haven't really got an opportunity to see him play a ton of ones. So what kind of style does he bring?
Oh, it's crazy. Well, we're going to see plenty off the wall plays. When he gets his off the wall plays rolling, his air dribbles, his flip resets, he's just unstoppable. I don't know how Lion Blaze is supposed to defend those, but obviously Lion Blaze is one of the best defenders in 1v1 historically. So if anyone could do it, he can. But my goodness, yeah, I just can't wait for you guys to see what AJ is doing tonight. He's just so exciting to watch and so effective.
Oh, I can't wait to watch him. Lion Blaze has been pretty good as well. We saw him play against Sharif. It looked like it was going to be a sweep. And Johnny, you talked about his defense. You know, he's got great defense, even on low boost. Lion Blaze always having a good timing on his challenges, or so it seems. But Sharif, his opponent, just wasn't really on point today. The flick game was not there at all. So I think Lion Blaze might be up for his biggest test yet with AJ if AJ's on point.
Well, what's Lion Blaze's main offense been on that side of the bracket?
He watched Sharif just miss the ball most of the
Yeah,
time.
you know, he did bait in Sharif quite a bit and baited Sharif coming into no man's land and just flicked it over his head. We saw a couple off the wall plays. There was one play where he did I think he actually had 2 pre-flip into a flip reset plays that ended up being goals. So he was pretty well rounded, but I just don't think he was challenged as much. I don't think Sharif had the best day today.
Oh, that worries me though, because if he's been warmed up today by just waiting for his opponents to miss and then scoring open nets, then that's probably the worst possible thing that can happen to you before an AJ game. AJ is not going to miss, and he's not even going to score or savable shots. He's going to style on Lion Blaze if Lion Blaze just sits back. He's, Calm had a little bit of success against AJ in the semifinal. He was mixing up his challenges. He was ball chasing occasionally. He was pressuring. If Lion Blaze just goes full defensive, near post shadowing, I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. I mean, like I said, he is an incredible goal line defender. But
And this is sorry, I don't mean to
I
interrupt.
was gonna say, I just don't even know if he can pull it off though. Even if you are one of the best goal line defenders, what are you going to do against the stuff AJ pulls off?
And even so, Lion Blaze did get baited in a few times by Sharif, so he's not playing perfectly yet today. AJ sounds like he's going to bring a different caliber of attack against Lion Blaze, so I look forward to seeing that. We didn't see much off the wall from Sharif, so maybe we'll see Lion Blaze get taken to a place he hasn't been yet today.
I like that kickoff already, the wave dash recovery. That's huge. And that might be a warning sign to AJ already. So yeah, that, if your opponent can execute those efficiently, like Lion Blaze just did, it limits just how all in you can go on a kickoff, like AJ will want to.
And we saw Lion Blaze do that same kickoff as well against Sharif.
Yeah, Lion Blaze had a lot of interesting kickoffs, actually. He's been very happy to fully mix it up, especially just go with some sort of gimmicky style kickoffs on occasion, just to try and throw his opponent off a little bit more.
Has he been going for any half flip kickoffs in the diagonal spawn?
That's a good question. I suppose we'll find out. He did, however, go for a good old-fashioned drive up, stay still, let you blast the ball into me, I'll score off that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the number one kickoff strategy in the world. All right, AJ, that's good. We like it.
We do like demos. We like those. I hope you guys get to see the half flip kickoff from AJ as well. He doesn't even fake the kickoff. He just half flips into the boost, and he's like, "Yeah, so what are you gonna do about it?" He might just do it here because he lost.
Do you know the player that originally had that? That was the old Cookseer kickoff from Battle Cards. He gave up on kickoffs at the start of it. He was just like, "I'm gonna just go get boost. You can do what you want. I'll be fine."
Yeah, it's really ballsy to do that, but it can work. I was talking about this earlier on in the semifinal, but I've seen Dead Monster in Europe counter it. He's the only player that I've seen hard counter the half flip kickoff in Rocket League. He just grabs an extra small boost pad and beats the player to the ball. He just takes it back to the corner. Lion Blaze right now though, he's looking clean. I gotta say, AJ just caught flat tired there.
Yeah, Lion Blaze's been doing a fantastic job today of sort of gauging distances, especially. He's very aware of when an opponent hasn't quite got full control. And he's been taking advantage of it. He's not wasting time. He's not hesitating. If he's turning for it, he's committing for it.
Yeah, I was impressed with how calm and collected Lion Blaze was, because Sharif started chirping at him mid-tournament.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He was getting in the chat, typing up some nice things to say, and Lion Blaze, never responded, just said GG at the end. Thanks. The quick chatting is normal. So I think the composure that Lion Blaze has definitely lends himself
Oh!
Oh!
Thought he had that one too.
Yeah,
Just
I
go away
didn't
from him.
realize how much time he had there. He had a long time to find the back of the net, but he rushed it. He's still got AJ on the back foot, though. This is quite the masterclass from Lion Blaze, preventing AJ from establishing his game, but here he comes. This is where AJ's most dangerous.
Did he get the flip? Looks like he didn't get the flip reset, but still recovers and turns
Wow.
quickly. Didn't need the flip reset after all.
Yeah, I wonder if he had one there. Can't really tell, because, you know, sometimes they'll have it, just not use it because, you know, they don't want that burst of speed forwards with a wave dash. They're thinking, well, actually, don't really want to propel my car forward. I just want to be exactly where I am. So I'll use that as a mind game. Lion Blaze's second kickoff goal of the game, though. This is huge.
And this was something that we saw in the Sharif series at the start. Near the end, Sharif started to figure out what Lion Blaze was doing, but there's a lot of kickoff goals for Lion Blaze early on.
Yeah, Sharif, though, on the other hand, was just sort of... I don't think he really adapted all that much. He was very happy just to keep on playing for that middle boost, and only figured it out later on in the series. AJ already going to turn this one around. It's an awkward spot for Lion Blaze, and he can't get back in time. AJ not wasting any time at all to put himself on the board again.
That's a slim gap. It's like he's shooting a missile, the Death Star.
His open nets have been good today. I mean, it doesn't sound like much. You say, well, you know, this professional player, they're really shooting their open nets well today. But in 1v1, especially in grand finals competition, it's a big deal. You know, it's like we saw from Lion Blaze. He ran one wide, didn't realize how much time he had. We saw this in the semi-final with Calm as well. His open net accuracy was just horrendous overall. You know, even missing one or two, that's not what you want. Those are open nets. They're completely free. But AJ, no nerves. He's been burying them every single time.
I mean, just think about it. Whenever you're playing twos or threes and you have that wide open net, that feeling that you get when you're like, wow, everyone's going to laugh at me if I miss this. You know, that happens all the time in ones.
Now, we do need to point out, though, Lion Blaze has started slowly twice in this tournament, both in the quarterfinal and in the semi-final. He did drop the first one to Mektos, and then, you know, he should have dropped the first one to Sharif, but this is looking better so far. Not the slow start we saw earlier on, and okay, Lion Blaze, mate, that should have been a lot more convincing.
I want to see this again. I want to see this from AJ's perspective.
What a mind game by Lion Blaze. To chip it over him on the open net. Who does this? What a mad lad. But really, I think the big thing that caught AJ off guard, yeah, he's not even going to go for the kickoff now. I was going to say is this wave dash kickoff from Lion Blaze. He's crushed 2 kickoff goals already this game. That's half of his goals.
AJ,
what
was that?
The 2-goal miss.
What was that?
AJ, it's Halloween, but that's far too horrible.
Oh my gosh, the replay doesn't even show it. That's so unfortunate. I was on his perspective when that whole situation played out.
Yeah, why is Psyonix letting him get away with not having to see that? Yeah, I make a mistake, it'll go 30 seconds back in the past just to show the whole thing.
That's because it was also an own goal in your situation, and you know it depends on.
Oh, what? So own goal in overtime to drop everyone out of Grand Champ. Whoop-de-doo. That's hardly my fault.
I sold you guys a lie. My apology. I said AJ wasn't going to just, you know, miss goals and give Lion Blaze open nets. I lied. But, you know, based on the evidence I've seen tonight, AJ's been incredibly consistent. He's had maybe one or two bean moments, but yeah, for the most part, just ridiculous consistency, speed, recoveries, mechanics, has it all.
So that's the last time we take full acknowledgement or any sort of promises from someone that looks like a pea pod.
I am the bean man.
You are the Jolly Green Giant.
Honestly, I feel like you could be fighting crime after this broadcast is over.
Hey, as long as the chroma keyed out, as long as the cloak of invisibility over here, as long as all the criminals are using like goggles with chroma key on.
Right, let's point this out. The chroma key man is actually a really strong power because then you could just make the background anything.
Yeah.
You got wings all of a sudden. This is
chroma key man is the unsung superheroes. Like, really.
This can be our own cinematic universe.
Yeah, it's really warm as well. This whole thing.
You've got like a bald cap on top of a full body suit.
Yeah, I am cozy right now. So fighting crime in comfort. It's gonna be great.
I don't know, man. You have to start walking around the green screen. Oh my goodness, AJ.
I thought he might be able to do it. You know, it's these flat cars. You can never trust them. You can never trust them.
Not even AJ can trust his own flat car. He actually, I think in the semi-final against Com, he did say "lol Dominus" at one point. See, one of his flicks just flew into the crossbar. He was like, "Okay, let me just tap this one in, and I've broken the bar." What on earth was that? You just, you can't control it sometimes. Oh my goodness, how did LionBlaze manage to get blown up in this play?
It's the flips. There. I am convinced that demos have changed to where if you're mid-flip, you don't have to be supersonic.
Oh, really? Yeah. You're going to have to ask Rocket Science about this. See if he can correct us or confirm. Yeah, I mean, you guys are like, whoa, AJ scored. What was this? I'm like, yeah, that's the 20th goal I've seen from AJ. It's 30th flip reset goal. He does this every game. It's absolutely crazy.
I just love the options that they bring. And when you're good at getting a flip reset and you get it on when the ball's still on its way up or right at the apex, it just, you don't even lose anything out on it. You can keep air dribbling. It just, if you're good at it like AJ, it really is a next level of gameplay.
Now, it has to be said, I feel like LionBlaze is sort of struggling to really dial in on the defensive style of AJ right now, because Sharif was happy to just dive on him all the time. But AJ's backing off a lot more, and it's giving it LionBlaze that bit more time that he doesn't quite know what he wants to do with that time.
It's tough. It's really tough. Like I said, with how well AJ's been playing today, I don't think a standoff playstyle will do it for LionBlaze. I think he needs to mix it up a bit. He has to just put his head down, rush a couple of challenges. Just ball chase, just once in a while, just to show AJ that he can do that. Just to remind AJ, hey, you better be careful. At any minute, I might be ball chasing. And then most of the time he doesn't, but he's got to do it. Well, I think he's got to do it. I think at least twice in the next game.
James, I have good news. I have managed to revive Frank. Another good news is that we got a tweet from Sharif. GG's fam at LionBlaze. Sharif made a good showing for himself after the first few games. Looked like they were getting away from him. But good to know Frank is alive and well.
He looks really chipper. Like I was worried. I was honestly worried about him for a moment.
It's hard to tell. I can't really read his emotional state. But I suppose that's just part of owning a flamingo at the end of the day.
Do you mind if I pet him real quick? Just
you go ahead. He doesn't. Where are you going?
Oh, that's the. I was going for Chris.
That is my.
You know what? He doesn't like you anymore.
That was the Bean Man. I'm sorry.
Yep, that is me.
All right.
You've attacked Chroma Key Man.
Okay. All right. I'll get this eventually. You just wait. Oh, am I? I don't even know where I am anymore.
All right. Let's just get into game 2. No, we're done here. Game 2. Let's go. 1-0 up for AJ as grand finals still underway. And
he missed the mid boost.
Oh dear. LionBlaze, mate, please stop making these weird mistakes.
He did well though. After missing the mid boost, he just. Oh well, never mind. I take it back. I was going to credit him for just playing for the boost steal, which is definitely the right thing to do in a position where you've missed the mid boost. But yeah, I think he just forgot how to flip. Like, it's happened. It's happened a lot recently. I've seen players flip in the wrong direction. Your brain's telling you, remember, you're backwards. Right is left, left is right. Don't get it wrong. People are going to laugh at you, and then you get it wrong. You're like, oh, for goodness sake.
Look, this game used to be so easy. It was just forward flip, side flip.
Oh, baby! Oh, the double flip reset, double tap! AJ, he's a monster!
All right, Johnny, does this one go down as good, or is this still normal?
Oh!
I think we'll give that one a pass. That's something I haven't seen yet today. Double reset, double tap as well. Disgusting.
That was very exciting. I can't believe you've been hogging all the AJ games.
Yeah, man. We've had this
goodness
2 series in a row. He swept Chronic, he 4-1 Com, and also Com as well. He was doing the same things. He also had numerous flip reset plays. So yeah, that side of the bracket's been just wild for the mechanics.
Okay, we can talk about double flip reset, double taps, but take a look at this beauty right here.
That was a single. I don't even know what you call that.
Boom.
A boom.
That is
thunderous.
A tight angle hook shot. We don't need to talk about the speed or how tight the angle was or the fact that the net was open. If you tell people
no.
hook shot, they'll be like, yeah, that sounds good.
AJ, stop it. AJ.
Oh. You could tell Lion Blaze was thinking, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? And didn't realize AJ was just going to land and take it right by him.
You can't just sit in goal and hope that you predict what AJ's doing. You're never going to predict it. He's got such a way of mixing up his offense. You know, like you said earlier, there's 10, 20 different things he could be doing in this position. AJ can pull the ball off. Yeah, no, how are you going to read this? Oh, well played.
Yeah, Lion Blaze got a bit luckier there that AJ's reset came a lot later in the play as it's off target. And he's missed the ball.
Turn off the
AJ.
stream.
No, wait.
What? AJ says faking in the chat.
Excuse me, missed.
Oh my goodness.
I make that 3 in a row, all off target. They were all attempted shots on net.
Do we just like
missed? He technically missed that, I suppose.
Did we have something in the contracts about a minimum amount of rating that we have to give it to each goal? Like, what is this?
Just for the record, Lion Blaze also missed that. It was hitting the post again. I'll point that out there.
I'm expecting AJ to do like a flip reset double tap, except it'll pinch off the backboard and go backwards into his own net next.
Oh, you'll own goal off the post or something. You know what, Lion Blaze, I told him, I said he wasn't going to get many saves reacting, but that's 2 in a row, really. 1 on a flip reset play, 1 on a ground pinch. He's having some success.
Yeah, but he went too hard on that one.
Yeah, but I say some success. I didn't mean enough. Don't get it twisted. I just meant he, could have been going worse, is all I'm saying.
AJ is just next level at the moment. He is not really putting much of a foot wrong. As long as the goal is not completely open. If I'm Lion Blaze at this point, abandon to the other side of the field. Just leave it open. Ball come to you eventually.
You know, I got a chance to cast First Killer against Chronic in the group stage in the qualifier, and I saw AJ versus Chronic today. And, you know, based on how well AJ's played today, I don't think it matters if First Killer forfeited or not. I think AJ would be beating him. I really do, because AJ's been something else. Lion Blaze has to take himself out of his comfort zone. He has to start mixing up his defense, pressuring AJ, forcing some earlier plays, and getting some aggression going.
The issue is like AJ is just in full control the whole way. Like, there's no good time to go. There is just the not worst time as he's managed to make this one work out. AJ tried to bait him in, and Lion Blaze just waited for it.
Now, Lion Blaze, that backflip, you know, that is a good move. We saw him fail to do that on the wall last time, and it didn't pay off. Now he's reaping the benefits.
Look, you
make sure you got it key-minded. The backflip, huge mechanical play. I don't think there's a backflip tutorial on YouTube. That one's still up in the air if you want to grab that.
How to backflip? That's one I could do.
With all the Fortnite Zoomers who are now playing Rocket League, yeah, that'll probably get more views than it should.
And talking about videos on how to get better at Rocket League, I think AJ might be the prime specimen. That's what you aim for.
No.
I was saying earlier on, listen, if AJ if he was like pumping out YouTube content, his playstyle right now is probably the most watchable for all those new players who, you know, they go into their first Rocket League game, they're like, man, it's really hard to hit this ball thing in the middle of the like, just can't seem to make contact. Then they look at AJ like, wait, what?
How is that?
Is this the same game?
Absolutely use AJ as a selling point, but don't use him to teach people how to play. He's going to try and explain something. It sounds like a different language.
Well, you just got to give somebody, you know, a vision of what the future might be. For me, back in the day, it was the Kronovi montage.
Yes.
The Fisho Kid one, that was huge. Do you know what? That one was massive as well, because when Battle Cars originally came out, there was a lot of people that, because you didn't know what the game was supposed to look like it was played, Battle Cars was sort of regarded as a random game. I believe one of the reviews of it just said, yo, it's just like you keep hitting pool balls and eventually it might go in. But when Battle Cars came out, because that montage was ready and waiting to go, everyone got to see what you could actually do with it. It's not random. It's just, this is what
really hard.
Yes.
And Lion Blaze is making this pretty interesting. We'll see if he brings out another kickoff strat to bring this within 2.
Yeah, if he can. I mean, we've seen kickoff goals from him earlier on in this year. I think it was game 1 we saw a few, but yeah, that's a bad sign. I was talking about this earlier today, in the earlier rounds. Whenever there's an open net being scored by one player and the other one is just parked up, motionless, what is happening right there? Are they wiping sweat off their hands? Are they, you know, just so tilted that they have to put down the controller for a second? Probably the latter.
Yeah, it's
if I know
probably
Rock League
checking their
players well.
phone real quick, you know. He
Checking
probably,
Twitter.
yeah, he was liking the tweet from Sharif that said GG's fam. He's like, I'll like that
I'm
real
gonna,
quick. I'll
I'm
double.
Gonna sell an
Triple?
Oh, wait.
Oh
my goodness. Lion Blaze, you get a good score on this, but if that was on target, Lion Blaze better have just got out of the way. Like, you don't save goals like that. You just
I
don't.
wanted to see that again.
Yeah,
AJ,
it's too
even though he
long.
doesn't
No.
score, that was so exciting.
I just love that it's competitive. This is viable. This is how what 1v1 has become. All these crazy shots that used to not be viable because recoveries were taking too long, and if you went for anything remotely fun, you were just getting scored on while your car flops upside down in the other team's goal. Now, these players are just back in the game immediately, so they can go for anything. Anything. If you're AJ, any kind of shot is viable. It's fine. Yeah, you can probably score that enough of the time for it to be worthwhile.
Johnny, you're saying this like it's a great thing, and I'm just here dreading it because the entire playstyle was just, hey, you're doing something stupid, cool, I'm a chill. Just
Yeah, it was
thanks.
you would profit off the old 1v1 meta where the players weren't
mate.
good enough to pull off the shots that are now happening all the time.
The power of doing absolutely nothing, but unfortunately, when it comes to AJ, most of his opponents are just merely powerless.
And this one was another kickoff goal for Lion Blaze. After that flick, you see him jostling AJ just a bit, and that was just enough as well to make sure he didn't save it.
It's still doable. It is doable, and it always is in 1v1. You can't take your, you know,
Oh, we went
take
for
your
it.
eyes off the ball. You can't stop for a moment. Of course, AJ more interested in scoring his next multiple reset goal than losing this game.
Look, AJ is just very determined that the subreddit tomorrow just has to be entirely full of clips from him scoring. If there is even anything in the top 20 on that subreddit that is not of him scoring, he's not happy. So here we go. This is going to be number 14, I think. Oh, maybe not.
Lion Blaze, why did you have to save that?
Yeah, nobody's impressed. Like, there has to be a
AJ
certain
knows-
level. It just has to be pulled off.
AJ knows that Jorias is coming on Sunday as well, so he's going to have some competition by the start of next week. He needs to get all the clips in now to just dominate that Rock League Esports Reddit, dominate Twitter. Because, yeah, Jorias, if anything that we've seen from him in the past is an indication of what he's going to do on Sunday, it'll be like he's just going to be the EU AJ in terms of what he can do in the air.
Do you think that's what it's going to take to be the best in the region is plays like that? I mean, I have not watched as much 1v1s lately. You know, sometimes I'll catch Forky's stream. Obviously, Forky, a great entertainer. I love watching Forky. And, you know, he's obviously incredibly mechanical. Is that what it is at the top?
It is. It really is. It's moving that direction more and more. I mean, even the players who are traditionally more grounded, like Khaled and Fairy Peak, they're playing more quickly and, you know, going for more aerial plays on average than they used to. It's moving in that direction. And as recovery times improve, and as the repertoire of shots that players can go for increases, it's only going to get more crazy. Like the meta for 1v1 for the past at least 2.5 years now has just gotten progressively crazier. So we're trending in the right direction, I would say.
I just realized that my gold chains are in my shirt. So,
What?
Shogun, I need you to help. I need you to help me for a sec. I got to fix that, you know.
How have you
Not-
managed that? How
Just-
did they get
just
misplaced
talk.
like
That's-
that?
I don't need you to help me take the
fine,
clothes off.
Fine. All right, I'm gonna sell you on my amazing like Shark Tank idea right here. You were talking in the last game about how James. Are you okay there, buddy?
We've lost James.
All right.
I'm okay.
good.
I'm all right. I'm back.
All right. A trampoline that you can put on your wall that throw your controller at and it comes back to you.
Oh, Jesse is asking, where can I buy this? He's already getting his card from his wallet as we speak.
Imagine explaining that, black eye.
Look, it's all down to the tension, you know, that you put into the trampoline. We can sell multiple tiers of this.
I mean,
one.
you just have to clothe yourself in, you know, more rubbery materials, armor of some
Maybe
sort.
maybe we can like
An
after the injuries
inflatable
start to to come up. We can like sell a trampoline suit, and then it becomes like a vortex of infinite trampoline throwing between controller and trampoline as Lion Blaze doubles up his lead.
And there's that old corner challenge, Shogun. How does that make you feel?
I'm not happy. Okay, James, could we stop mentioning corner challenges?
Luckily, you're gonna
the
maybe
twinge
feel a little
comes
bit
back.
better when you. I think you'll maybe feel a little bit better because AJ didn't want the ball there. He wanted Lion Blaze to be demoed, I believe, and he just missed him.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not
Woosa.
as bad as going for the ball. It's just like barreling in head first and hoping for the best. You know, demos, boost steals usually are the plays in the back corners these days.
I like that delay, though, that hesitation from Lion Blaze. You saw AJ actually get
Tripped.
tangled up on the post. He was rocking. It's like when you're trying to go over the ditch with your car and it starts rocking in the middle, your wheels aren't touching.
He's
Just
like,
what happened.
He's like, are you joking? How is this happening to me right now?
Oh, AJ. It's like Lion Blaze is waiting for almost more, I think, here. It's just, all right, yeah, fine. Where's the double? Like, what's coming after this? And AJ just puts it in.
Yeah, he saw Lion Blaze jump. It's just one of the things, you know, when you got your flip reset like that, you can flip whenever you want. Anytime. Save it till you hit the ground. Use it right away. As soon as Lion Blaze jumped at that moment, AJ says, oh, I've got a free goal. And he just hit it right towards him.
Look where he's going again. It's another one. Double
Oh
reset
my
secured.
goodness.
No triple necessary. Wave dash shot goes wide. I love the creativity from AJ. This is what he'll do if Lion Blaze gives him some space to work with. He'll just go for multiple resets. He'll go for a delayed shot. And if Lion Blaze charges in, AJ's going to go for a quicker shot. It's a double off the ceiling, a double off the ground, or you know, just anything, just a direct shot maybe, because he's got so many different plays that he can execute from the exact same position.
It's so fun watching ones when it is a chess match like that. And good flick from Lion Blaze. And you talk about all the fancy moves. Well, Lion Blaze is just getting it done and dirty the whole way. Just get a nice flick, outplay the defense who missed positions. Don't even need to do anything crazy.
He's going to have to keep this going. Now, partially of it as well is that AJ is not quite executing to the same level right now. And for Lion Blaze, that's pretty much, it feels like an awful lot of this is now dependent on how well AJ is playing. Lion Blaze not really taking full control of this game. Or just waiting around to see what AJ's up to. AJ will not leave. He is
So close to the ball.
Well, he's actually managed to get this to work. Might even be able to hook it up just in time. And
Boost
instead,
grab by
Lion Blaze
Lion
can
Blaze.
escape.
He just got the boost on spawn. I don't know if AJ noticed. He probably realizes now that Lion Blaze had the boost there, because they were fighting for position, trying to be the one nearer to it when it appears. And Lion Blaze just got it on the drive-by.
Is that in? No, AJ keeps it out, and good position for Lion Blaze to work with. Pops up high, wants to test where AJ is boost-wise. Is AJ just trying to play a little bit of possum here? Back corner boost for Lion Blaze. And set these up, you know, he'll happily turn in, but a good fake challenge from AJ gets the move happen early.
Now Lion Blaze, we're past the halfway point of this game, and AJ's still at 1. So Lion Blaze maybe starting to figure this AJ puzzle out a bit as he puts in another one. He's spanking AJ.
Yeah, this is impressive again. Boost steal coming in at one end. He goes across to the other side of the box and then steals that boost. Gets the turnaround. I think that was maybe the mistake for AJ, letting Lion Blaze turn in that position. A little bit careless because Lion Blaze shooting has been accurate in this game. His flicks have been good. You got to try and prevent the turnaround from happening at all costs.
AJ looking to try and bring himself back, and he's done it. Doomsy dish.
Gotta see that one. I was putting on another gold chain.
You're gonna have so many neck problems tomorrow, dude.
You know, it's all right. Because I still got these gold chains at the end of the day, so it doesn't matter. If it weighs me down a bit, a little sore, don't
Still
matter.
rich.
Still flexing. You know, AJ's playstyle today has been the playstyle of a man who only wears gold chains.
Yeah.
Oh, that's smart though. Look at Lion Blaze sneaking in the demo and taking all the time in the world. Has he got this? Oh! Game. I like that. don't mess up the open net. So he just takes all the time in the world.
Yeah, AJ had 0 boost. He was panicking. So
Right.
this is making things a bit more interesting. After game 1, AJ looked a bit unstoppable, but he has proved to be stoppable indeed. Lion Blaze punching him pretty good this time. Up 4, and now maybe 5 if you can get around this.
Yeah, going into the latter half of the game, down against Lion Blaze is just so difficult because he knows he can now start to settle back into the side of the field that he feels the most comfortable. AJ just wants to find something here, and Lion Blaze seems to have just dialed in to where these shots are going. AJ can't confuse him anymore.
You know, credits to Lion Blaze. I really thought you would have to just, you know, step outside his comfort zone. He disagrees. He's just doing his thing, sticking to his game plan, sticking to the play that he has always succeeded with. You know, AJ has been a lot more hits and miss historically with his 1v1, having big win streaks and then not really showing up at all. Lion Blaze has just always been, you know, on the rise competitively. And what a save. Look at this. He, I think, might be the best shot stopper in North America. Such a difficult player to get the ball past.
And now he's on empty. AJ might have the goal here. And another shot block. Lion Blaze not fooled at all by that play. AJ, you expect him to do a bit more with that space. He's been so good with the space, especially in game 1. Starting to cool off a bit.
There's just so little time on the clock as well. AJ needs the kickoffs now to start going his way. Well, this will go over for Lion Blaze. As for Lion Blaze, all he needs is a ball and a boost, and he can see the game out.
Yeah, his kickoffs have been good enough that I'm very confident that he will have this one in the bag.
I'll do it.
Yeah, that one will be fine. The only thing that Lion Blaze is scared of there is an immediate kickoff goal, and then well, it wouldn't even need to be 2 kickoff goals in a row. Just a kickoff goal followed by a very strong possession from AJ, because AJ is very good at turning just a free ball into a goal maybe 5 seconds after a kickoff. So he just needs to go up the wall and, you know, job done. He lands a couple of resets. No big deal for AJ.
This game did not have as much magic for AJ. Lion Blaze figuring out the puzzle, getting the win. And he was able to keep AJ at bay quite a bit. We saw him going for the ground to air dribbles a few times, and I don't think it worked out for him at all.
I'm gonna say some blasphemy here, lads.
Huh?
Okay.
AJ looked normal that game.
He
I know.
did.
I'm really going crazy here, but yeah, that Lion Blaze played really well. It has to be said, but AJ, if he can just find his level again, you just always back him at this moment in time. As for Lion Blaze, you know, there's a big storyline here for him actually, because he has constantly been that second best in tournaments like this one, and now the first killer's not here. Logic dictates for a majority of fans out there, hey, it's Lion Blaze's turn to come in for this one, and to have it stolen from him by AJ, not what he wants. This, he will feel like, should be his time, and AJ is taking it from him.
Yeah, you said AJ looked normal in that game. I don't think he's going to look normal in game 4.
No, definitely not.
I think he's going to look even less normal than we do right now. That's how crazy AJ is about to go.
There's a tier list here, dude, and you're definitely looking the weirdest out of all 3.
Yeah.
I don't know what is going on with my lips. I hope they're not allergic to this face paint, because they should not be as red as they are. They were not that red when I started off today.
Your camera's just trying to color correct, and it's found the only color it can find.
I didn't put the color intensity up at all. Oh, I told you. AJ's gonna go crazy on him. Accidental mind game, deliberate mind game, it doesn't really matter when AJ's in the ball.
And the pre-flip, you could see him. It looked like he was positioning for a 50. And Lion Blaze, I think, was expecting a shot. So neither one of them read each other right, but it pays off for AJ.
Oh, that's a great kickoff as well, AJ. Oh, the Dominus flick didn't actually come out that well for him. He went for it early, and Lion Blaze in and out save. And he just has to put this one on target. Has been a bit difficult at times this series. But Lion Blaze will pass with flying colors.
I think AJ went for a second bump in the net, and that's when things didn't go well.
Wow. That's so risky as well. Cause I mean, the kickoff had just happened, so they're both boost starved. They're going for a bump on a player making an internet save. Pretty tricky. I mean, the internet save was kind of one of the reasons it became popular in ones is because it was a pretty good counter to air dribble bumps on occasion. Oh, AJ's at the post here, and he got for the boost. Like, LionBlaze didn't have time to go for his boost in the corner, so at least AJ will get another chance at this. But I like this from LionBlaze. He's not really rushing challenges, but he is faking challenges a lot later. Look at this defense. He's not making it obvious that he's faking challenges, at least not as much as he did in the earlier games. That's the only adaptation that I can spot, really. It's a very small one, but it's been effective.
And he's just doing a better job of reading AJ as well, even on that last play. Getting back just in time. We haven't really seen AJ have as much room to go up the walls either, which is something that he did have before.
The execution wasn't too bad there, but couldn't quite find the top corners. You're going to need them in this series, but LionBlaze, he just goes full force for this goal. Clatters through the defensive challenge.
Yeah, he just sensed a little bit of weakness there from AJ. He saw the awkward landing and immediately turned on it to give the, big 50-50 punish. He just stole AJ's boost, so any kind of weakness, any kind of discomfort in AJ's body language there was enough for LionBlaze to turn on him.
Especially when you are up against a dominance hitbox, as good as AJ's been making it look. Much less surface area there on the challenge. Here he goes yet again. Is he going to take out LionBlaze? He aimed for him. Couldn't get the play there just in time, and LionBlaze still as strong as ever on defense.
Pushed AJ up into that ball and forced it out.
Look at this guy, LionBlaze. It's just a brick wall. This is ridiculous. I think AJ's getting a bit frustrated. He just snapped at a wall shot right there. And he could have slowed down the play, taking control like he usually does.
Oh, wow. That might be enough. AJ just gets there.
I think LionBlaze might be starting to get inside AJ's head a little bit. AJ all day has been having just such a great time scoring. He gets through him here. But he didn't, finesse on LionBlaze like he has been on everybody else today. He had to go through him.
Yeah,
that's needed, though.
Do you think that, I was just going to ask Shogun, do you think LionBlaze actually could have saved that one without jumping? It looked like it was in a situation where he could have just turned.
I think he's got so used at this point to AJ going for the outplay that he's happy
Trying
to just go instantly. Yeah, now that if AJ can actually start incorporating this a bit more, he'll cause that stutter in LionBlaze where he's got to figure out where is AJ, how easy is that transition in front of the ball. As he's going to fake it out. AJ fears nobody on his own goal line and almost managed to completely offset LionBlaze's car.
Yeah, he clipped him. LionBlaze is still going, though. He's rolling with the punches. Look at the speed of this guy. AJ recovered instantaneously on a couple of occasions there. Landed on LionBlaze. LionBlaze just didn't really mind. Just stayed with it.
Doesn't matter.
Defense. That is so impressive to, have faith in yourself to react to these shots and still have the save. LionBlaze stepping up the pace a little bit, matching AJ for speed in this game.
One thing that he can use to his advantage as well is if AJ is going to go heavier for some of these goals, where he does start almost landing himself in awkward spots, maybe landing in LionBlaze's goal. We know how quick LionBlaze is at the recovery. He'll be able to take that straight over for an open net, which he's had plenty of so far. AJ needs to keep himself calm here. It's 2-2. No need to start panicking just yet, despite how annoying LionBlaze must be to try and score on.
Maybe we'll see something here.
I'm just going to start counting these.
Tried to be a bit cheeky there. I think that's a bit of a sign as well, though, from AJ. He wasn't going all in on that play. He had a plan B. He had an exit plan, which indicates he's respecting LionBlaze defense a lot. Once again, he doesn't want to shoot right into LionBlaze on the rebound. Prefer to go for a follow-up shot on a more open net. LionBlaze defense. This is, easily one of the best performances that we've seen in ones defensively in a while. But the boost has run out. AJ's through. LionBlaze forced to just watch him score in slow motion here. He should retreat, though. Time is ticking down against him.
And that's 9. I'm going to 8. I was pretty close. But AJ keeping that pressure on big time near the end. LionBlaze, I thought he did a good job of making AJ think he was coming up for the challenge and then getting back to net, getting the save. LionBlaze has been much better at making AJ take shots from positions that aren't as advantageous. We're still seeing some wall plays come out, but they have not been as effective from AJ. And that could be a goal. Oh, the bump.
He's on boost as well. He's not going to have a huge amount, but AJ did come into the corner, and Lionblaze did get caught as well. AJ can't get the full force of the Dominus behind it. 21 seconds. AJ on the verge of tournament point, but he's got to get past Lionblaze one more time.
Wow, Lionblaze just sticking with him. And I think he deserves that. There was a couple of bumps from AJ onto Lionblaze who were messing with his recoveries earlier. So now for Lionblaze to get one back, he's not going to reach this, is he? AJ kickoff goal devastates Lionblaze. 17 seconds left in the game. And that is not the way that you want to have the momentum thrown back in your face.
It's just the way it goes sometimes. Kickoff goals, they're inescapable.
It's not been Lionblaze's strongest kickoff so far, but he has got
he
something
got
going there. He's
back,
going to chase after it, and we've got another one back.
Oh my god, there was such a long period of time where nobody was scoring, and now they're coming left and right off the kickoffs.
No, that was genius though by Lionblaze. He just totally switched sides. He's been pushing on the diagonals all game long. Now he gets all the way around the ball, goal side approach, and makes his side flip a lot more dangerous. He's actually reversed it again, so he's being so sneaky here, Lionblaze, with the kickoff meta.
Keep one more shot out. AJ steals as much as he possibly can, but Lionblaze, he's gone for net. It's not going to duck down in time, and AJ can catch it. AJ is through, and Lionblaze wipes him out.
AJ, I thought he had it for a moment. He might have needed to go airborne a bit earlier to dodge that demo.
Oh, he's got him! What? Lionblaze will be so upset about this game, but credit to AJ. Go back and all of the people right now who are just thinking, wow, kickoff goals. Go back and watch that little mind game that these guys just played in each other. AJ scored a kickoff goal. Lionblaze switched to push the ball in a different direction on the next kickoff. He got a kickoff goal. First kickoff goal in OT, AJ goes the other way, and Lionblaze has gone far too strong on one side, left himself wide open on the other side. That's actually a constant mind game these days. It's rare to see a player lose a kickoff and then do the same kickoff the next time around, like there used to be back in the days.
Yeah, and that was a kickoff battle at the end. It was so back and forth. AJ coming out on top. So Shogun, he's made it tournament point.
Yes.
And I think this is something that perhaps we should have expected, going by how much praise that JohnniBoi has been given AJ. And early on in the series, AJ was worthy of it. He was hitting crazy shots. We saw him go for a triple flip reset. He scored a double flip reset, double tap. But now I think Lionblaze has shored up his defense, making things a lot more difficult for AJ.
Yeah, this kickoff game is now going to be the thing to watch heading into this next one, because we have proven it now. Lionblaze is very difficult to score on. I know, huge shocker on that one. But it doesn't matter about the 2 or 3 minutes it might take for AJ to score on him in neutral play if he can get 2 or 3 goals during the kickoff. So Lionblaze has to try and stick with him on this one. Otherwise, it will be tournament to AJ.
This is it. I mean, luckily it might be luckily for Lionblaze, the straight up kickoff is the one where kickoff goals really don't happen very often, because the ball ends up going so sideways that it's impossible to get an immediate shot off most of the time. But that doesn't stop AJ from putting these insane shots on net. Lionblaze goalkeeping, though, still on another level.
And Lionblaze, I think, and he'll get one right now. Gets the demo. Such a sturdy style of play from Lionblaze.
Doesn't mess around, does he, when it comes to his pathing? Knows the quickest way to the boost, quickest way to the ball, and quickest way to wipe out your car. Here we go yet again. A bit more angle on this kickoff, and a bit more of a win here for AJ. Giving 100 boost for Lionblaze. Tries to go first time, and he will be able to recover this one. AJ still on his way back.
Oh!
Will he get back in time?
Wait!
Oh, well, the answer is yes, and also no.
Oh, no. AJ just ran out of boost. He couldn't do anything about this. He just jumped and thought, wait, hold on a second.
I can't stop.
He's like, why am I own goaling here? This should be interesting, though. If Lionblaze goes to the left on this kickoff, I think he gets a kickoff goal, but I don't know if he realizes that. Okay,
This
so he's
delay
just going to go for a
kickoff's not
wave dash.
working.
I kind of wanted to see Lionblaze commit there just so I can, show all of the three heads in chat that there's more to kickoffs than 50-50s, but Lionblaze settling back on the wave dash recovery kickoff instead does give him the advantage in the next play because he's got that free burst of speed.
Used that single small pad to get the momentum into that shot. And Lionblaze, you look at the style. It's so, one of the things I just love about ones is the styles. How each player, you know, is unique. In Lionblaze, you can see his style of play so much different than AJ's, and to see him going back and forth like this, it's awesome.
I think that's what I love most about watching Lionblaze play, though, is AJ's going to get himself another shot, and he has got himself on the board at long last. But for Lionblaze, because he is so defensively solid, he's actually phenomenal to watch because it's like he's enabling his opponent to play their style. He's daring you to go for it. He's not going to stop you. Yeah, and I'll just stop the shot anyway, go and score on the open net. It is really interesting how he's maybe the player that engages the most with allowing his opponents to go for their style.
Well, the keen-eyed in chat would have just noticed that Lionblaze switched his kickoff for the first time in the game, and he almost scored a direct kickoff goal. AJ with the second own goal on a rebound. But,
yeah, this was not going in.
Yeah, I think that was just going to bounce pretty safely, actually. It was probably going to bounce on the ground and then above the goal. So pretty unfortunate from AJ. He has to respect the flick, though, from Lionblaze. I think the only real play is to jump up and hope that he can get a save on it.
Remember in the last game when we didn't have many goals to start with? Remember how this one would now have 6? Sorry, misspoke for a second.
And I'm going to hop on Lionblaze's cam right here. He had full boost from the corner. Yeah, AJ just played chicken with him, dared him to come challenge. AJ's reaction time was instantaneous on that pop.
Yeah, really, really quick. I don't hate that from Lionblaze, though, because what he did there is kind of like the zero IQ challenge. He's like, hey, look at me. You can see me challenging, right? But I'm actually going to do it, even though it looks ridiculously stupid to do. So he's trying to do something that's so dumb that his opponent will never see it coming. But AJ had his eye on him. And like you said, reaction time was just all he needed. Lionblaze should get a 5th goal, though, here. Oh, he's missed it, hasn't he? Yep. Oh, no.
Look, either AJ's scoring or no one is scoring.
It wasn't awkward, though. You know, it was wide open, but he had to navigate his way around it.
And he had no boost.
Yeah, somehow generate enough power. So if he takes too big of a run-up, he just won't have any power on the shot, and AJ will save it anyway. So Lionblaze had to... It had to be very precise, actually, funnily enough, for an open net like that. Good save. Lionblaze bounced it into the ground and safety.
I like good save when it comes to Lionblaze. It's just a redundant sentence at this point. It is implied through the universe. As he's going to take it. AJ tried to turn over in that corner, and now Lionblaze can escape. Might need to avoid the demo, and he will do so. 2 goals up. Lionblaze looking to keep this series going. AJ's flick went a little bit too early and doesn't really cause too much hassle for Lionblaze.
Reset. The immediate shot, and this is what you were talking about, mixing it up.
Oh.
AJ pulled the trigger as soon as he got it. Boom.
Oh my goodness. That's just so ridiculous. The fact that he can do that blows my mind. What a play from AJ. And it's terrifying. Lionblaze with this world-class goalkeeping still couldn't keep that one out. He's going to have to do it all over again here. AJ's coming at him. He's got the shot off the bounce. The mix-up continues.
AJ, it's his signatures right now. Going up, get the flip reset, and then that's when the real game begins.
True. Yeah, I love that. The game doesn't start till he has his reset. Then he's like, okay, now we play Rocket League. Now you can try to predict what I'm going to do, because the fact that he has a reset is inevitable.
Lionblaze again, though. This kickoff game is looking good for him here, especially diagonals. He's had a lot of success with those.
Yeah, I really like Lionblaze's adaptation in the kickoffs. He's well, earlier on in this game, he started off this game kind of intentionally losing to his own back corner, and then after he kind of conditioned AJ to expect that, he switched sides, and now he's actually gone right back to the kickoff that he started the game with, where he just kind of pushes the ball directly opposite where he spawns from. That's a pretty sick save from AJ. Really well played. He's also had some very good defense, I would say. AJ's defense underrated because his offense has been so shining.
I mean, it's tough to pay any attention to his defense when his shots are that good.
Oh my God!
I thought that was unbelievable. Also, he did score on himself twice.
Yeah, that's also
I
true.
think that save makes up for both of them, if I'm honest. That was
I agree.
incredible.
I'm not really counting the AJ own goals as negatives to his defense. I'm just counting them as more positives to his offensive ability.
He's got nothing in the tank here. This is going to be an awkward situation for him to get out of.
Look, you don't get as many gold chains as James has by being a nice guy, all right?
That's true.
Got to be cutthroat.
I had to break a lot of legs for these.
Lion Blaze, well, he won't have to do too much. Nothing that dire to get another goal on his lead. There's that corner job. I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, you know, Lion Blaze, he'll enjoy it, Shogun. What one person's, trigger is another person's elation.
Gonna be a good kickoff though for AJ. Tried to feint it out, but Lion Blaze landed close enough. This round, Lion Blaze, he's managed to stay quite close, but he goes for a low challenge.
Wow.
And he managed to get it to work. As soon as Lion Blaze moved forward, it opened up so much space for AJ to work with.
I think Lion Blaze fainted in real life when he saw AJ cut in field instead of going for the sidewall. He was like, wait, what? He's just dribbling at me instead of air dribbling? It can't be. And the next thing he knows, he's losing a 50-50 and it's a 1-goal game.
And now it's a 0-goal game. AJ tying it up off the kickoff. This has been a slugfest every goal. When it comes to the kickoff, someone has a good chance of scoring.
Yeah, you gotta watch the next one. It's all up to Lion Blaze now. He just lost by flipping to his right, essentially, so he should be going left here if he wants to switch it up, and he does. So, really smart play. He identified why he lost the last kickoff. Changed. It's just more likely that AJ will do the same again if he just won. It always seems to be the case. I mean, when you get into very high-level matchups, there's players who'll switch their kickoff right after winning. And Lion Blaze, I wouldn't be surprised if he does that. He's such a smart player. Picking up another demo in that corner. Not his first one of those this series.
So huge as well. Remember, he has got to win this one. Otherwise, it is tournament over. And he has got himself the 1-goal lead. This is his stronger kickoff over on these diagonals. Can he get something for it? And AJ's realized that he's back down and he wants his chance with ball and boost.
And that wasn't a half flip into the boost. He faked that. He wanted Lion Blaze to think he's going for it just so he can get himself some more space. And it's going to work out. Or is it? No way.
It does.
What?
How did he get
7-7
back?
with 7 seconds left. I thought that Lion Blaze had the save. Let's take a look at it again. I wanted to see it from AJ's perspective. Yeah, it was close.
AJ could hear him, but it was like a disbelief that you can still hear Lion Blaze coming after you. Lion Blaze should have been done on the other side of the field. And now AJ hunting for that goal that will take him the tournament. And we go to overtime. This is huge.
And it's straight on.
Yeah, it's straight on. So we should get some kind of midfield play off this. And we do. It's not the one that Lion Blaze wanted. AJ's landed badly on the ceiling, though. He didn't get the landing he wanted. And now he has to chase this ball down into defense. He saw his car kind of like wobble there when he landed on the ceiling, and that sent him completely off the line he wanted to be on.
A lot of times you use handbrake to level out that shake. But perhaps AJ thought he had it.
Oh,
it sneaks underneath him! Unbelievable. Lion Blaze goes low. AJ thinks he's going to take the shot.
Oh, what?
And it just sneaks right under him.
He dodged away from that ball to drop it underneath AJ, who was waiting on the goal line, expecting a higher play. Lion Blaze so sneaky, and we saw a lot of sneaky kickoffs in this game as well. Delayed kickoffs, the blocking styles, fake kickoffs entirely. It's leveling up now. We're getting into the business end of the kind of mind games we're going to be getting here.
And Lion Blaze just did to AJ what AJ has been doing to him for the last few games, where AJ's been almost, flexing the fact of, I'm this mechanically good that when I go for something not quite as mechanical, you can't read it. Lion Blaze this time around sets himself up. everyone is looking at just going, Lion Blaze is going to lash this top corner, except for Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze just decides, yeah, I'm going to trickle this one. It's going to be right on the floor.
I love it though, because it also gives him a better recovery because he's dodging away from the goal. So even if it doesn't work, he's going to be relevant in the next play anyway. He's thinking even further ahead than scoring that goal. Like if he's thinking, well, what if AJ saves this? I'd rather be over there and not in his goal out of the game. It's all about recoveries for these guys. We're seeing that more from AJ as well, actually. He's not going completely all in for his shots. He is leaving an exit plan so that he can keep attacking. That shows the respect that he has for Lion Blaze goalkeeping. He knows, okay, maybe I'm scoring less than 50% of the time if I just go completely all in. And if that's the case, you shouldn't be going completely all in, because every time that you miss from going all in on a play, Lion Blaze, well, I say he will be scoring, but the open net accuracy has been suspect at times, so maybe that's not true either. But it's certainly something AJ's considering.
AJ still on match point, looking to close this one out, but Lion Blaze, even there, it recovers so quickly to get back, not giving AJ as much space as he had before to work with.
A boost, though. Lion Blaze is going to have to really work for this one, especially with that 100 popping up for AJ. Oh, but he tried to keep it, and Lion Blaze called his bluff.
I told you. I'll look at this. He's not even, I don't even think he was supersonic. The flip brings him into AJ. Oh, okay, maybe.
I think, he would have got it. Yeah, the wave dash dodge. AJ underestimated Lion Blaze's acceleration there. Didn't think it was possible for him to get back into the play that quickly. And he was probably feeling so smart as well. He's like, ha, 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 I stole your boost right as it spawned, and now you will suffer my... Wait, you demoed me? What? Oh, no. Didn't think of that one.
Save. Oh, wait, he might have that still.
Oh, and Lion Blaze still saves it and will take it down on the other end for a goal. That has to be infuriating for AJ.
Everyone at home, clip that one, and if anyone asks how this series was, that is the perfect way to describe it.
It's like, are you sure this is a 1v1? There have to be 2 players on both teams here. These guys are just teleporting. Like, oh well, Lion Blaze saves AJ's shot, but it's fine. AJ's got it again somehow, and Lion Blaze is also saving the second shot that AJ shouldn't have in the first place. It just doesn't make any sense.
Lion Blaze is probably talking to himself, saying, hey, I'm out of rotation. You saved me.
Question will be there on that one is, why did Lion Blaze go up if he was going to hesitate on it? He ends up giving away one of those goals. All important as well, because you know AJ's going to have the vast majority of the offense. Lion Blaze hooks it around. Read that AJ was coming in for the challenge. And the flick is going to be solid.
And in that situation, you might see AJ going up the wall for it, but Lion Blaze, I love that he just continues to try to go for the high percentage plays. Get it down to the ground, bait in AJ, go for that perfect flick. He's been doing it all day long and does it again there.
I love that it's just the good old-fashioned flick as well. None of this, reverse 45, none of all these spins. It's like, actually, this would have worked in 2017. It still works today, even when AJ's revolutionizing what's viable in front of our very eyes. Lion Blaze still sticking to the good old-fashioned.
But AJ shows us what the world could look like if everyone just embraces going for the flip reset every time off the wall.
He's just playing with flip reset turned on in his set.
It's a different setting.
Oh, what a dodge, Lion Blaze. Managed to avoid the demo at the very least. AJ hides behind the ball, forces Lion Blaze to make his move. AJ's turn. Early flick. He's going to go chasing down here as he keeps the play on. It's going to be all up to the recovery. AJ goes for the back corner boost. Might be the very smart decision to make, and Lion Blaze realizes he's got some time.
He'll take his time. He's relying on those flicks today, and historically, when Lion Blaze first started playing competitive 1v1, AJ just missed an open net there. Lion Blaze, his flicks were terrifying in ranked, and they did not show up under pressure, but today they are showing up under pressure. He's relying on them heavily here.
And just excellent vision. Great timing from Lion Blaze. The flicks, a lot of times, they haven't been incredibly spectacular or spectacular
what?
in terms of... Yeah, that was...
Excuse me? I was more surprised with the save than James's invention of a new word, but
yeah, my bad.
oh!
AJ
I don't know
missed
how
it.
Lion Blaze saved that shot. It looked so good for AJ, and then suddenly Lion Blaze has just saved it. I'm like, wait, when? When did he save this? Between getting bumped and styled on at the same time, he found time to save this shot.
Oh, this
What
might
I
be a
was
chance to
gonna
break.
say-
AJ can't. Just gets away from the demo. Lion Blaze almost found him again.
And Lion Blaze, again, he just goes back to that flick. And what I was going to say is a lot of times it's not the most powerful precision play shot. It's just what is needed in that moment. He baits in the defenders and gets them to commit and just sails it right over him. Lion Blaze, he's playing the smart game. He's trying to minimize risk and trying to take advantage of even the small windows that his opponents give him. Whereas AJ, he's coming in with a sledgehammer and he's banging down your front door and walking right inside.
I do want to correct myself from earlier on, but I think it was pretty serious. I said I don't think even Lion Blaze defense can hold up to AJ, but he has proven that to be wrong. He's saved so many shots that are out of this world. You know, this one makes it through, but I am so impressed by Lion Blaze defense. It easily, for me, one of the best defensive displays that I've ever seen in Rocket League 1v1.
And it's kind of fun watching it. It kind of makes you think of the immovable object meeting the unstoppable force.
AJ picks up the ball. He's got plenty of boost, and I think he's off to the wall. Yeah, you get no real reward for figuring that one out anymore. But what's he going to do after it? That's the real question. Lion Blaze, he's going to recover in time. Oh, they both missed it. AJ wiped out by Lion Blaze. He will get rid of the ball. He's got the boost. He's going to now chase away to the other side of the field.
He bumped him after making that save. Lion Blaze is crazy.
He's scoring as well, just as a little cherry on top. What on earth are we witnessing here? How does he come up?
I don't
with
know. His defense is at a point where he doesn't even need to hit the ball. He can
thing
take
is-
out anything.
The thing is as well, it's all adaptation. You know, AJ can take that ball up the wall. He can figure out, all right, I'm going to do this. I want to figure out the play afterwards. Lion Blaze is reacting, and he's getting this far ahead in the play. Goes underneath AJ. 3-6, and it looks like Game 7 is on the way.
We are
What?
Game 7 in this series. I thought AJ was gonna, maybe hit a bump here or there, but Lion Blaze, he is still fighting at this point, and honestly, it looks like he's figured out AJ's offense to a point where he might be the favorite going into this Game 7.
And we haven't
I
talked
can't
about
believe I'm
kickoffs as
saying
much
it.
here.
I agree. It's true. He's the favorite. How has he done this? AJ's still in this game though as well. Lion Blaze, he's probably so excited right now. He's thinking, whoa, okay, I'm playing pretty well right now. I think even though he's in the zone, he must realize he is playing out of his mind. He's got to stay calm though, because even though he's building a lead for himself in a pretty low scoring game compared to some of the other ones we've seen in this tournament, it's so dangerous to let your guard down, and AJ is coming.
AJ is going to have the kickoffs that he's been working so well with so far. He fakes it out. Lion Blaze recovers it. There is no play that will fool him. AJ flip reset. Lion Blaze challenges. AJ still has the 100, but Lion Blaze has the clear.
I just can't even comprehend. I'm expecting a goal, and Lion Blaze somehow, it's like I can't even tell if he's intending to make these saves. They're so incredibly finessing of I'm speechless. I don't know.
I just don't believe it. I'm ready to say, oh, but it's fair enough that he concedes there. And
wait
then
a
he saves
second.
it anyway.
Wait a
AJ,
second.
Look at that mind game, though. What a recovery. He boosts back down in a spiral to completely change the location of his car. Lion Blaze, I mean, like I was going to say, I'm so ready to say it's okay to concede that one, though. That's a pretty good goal. You could have said that at about 5 or 6 of the shots that Lion Blaze is saying.
wow.
Oh, there's a delayed kickoff. He's got him. 7-5. Lion Blaze is just refusing to lose this game.
First time he's broken out the diagonal side.
And he keeps
stop
doing
kickoff.
that. Lion Blaze has done that so much today, where he just slams on the brake, doesn't flip into the challenge, and he soaks up the ball. He's done that
usually-
multiple times.
Usually he only does it on the front kickoff. Like this one, he would typically do it on. That was the side kickoff, and he still went for it. That was completely new for him, and we've
Wow.
got Game 7.
has Lion Blaze saved all these shots. I mean, I said this is one of the most impressive defensive displays. As a game, that game might be the most impressive defensive game of Rocket League that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
as a game.
10 saves.
It's hard, like, on the spot, you know, when you're trying to think on the fly, you know, recency bias and all that. It's hard to call a series the best defensive series. I'm like, okay, hold on. Need to really think here. But that was so ridiculous. I can't imagine there would have been a better defensive game.
Yeah, near the end of that game, that shot from AJ, I don't know how Lion Blaze made that read, where he lightly touches it enough to, like, where he's fading away so he doesn't get bumped by AJ, but still somehow manages to chip the ball just enough to keep it out. Lion Blaze defensively is a guru. He's a guru. I don't think there's any other word that I can think of better than that at this moment.
Let's set this up, shall we? Victory conditions, both sides on this one. Lion Blaze, we're going to have to keep talking about the defense here. For AJ, for me, his overplays are actually no longer working. Lion Blaze is zoned in on that. But the air dribble bumps and the low challenges are successful right now. Lion Blaze will have to really dial into that. And I don't know if he's gonna probably give up like 2 or 3 of those in this game.
Oh, it's all down to who can play their game to a higher level right now. AJ has impressed us so much with his offensive power, and Lion Blaze, he's got momentum in his side. He's been the perfect opposite to AJ in this series, and he is the one who is riding at the top of the wave right now. AJ needs to pull himself back on top. Yeah, you know, the best way to do that is to clip in your opponent. So how about it, AJ? Is it gonna be that kind of game? Not so far. Lion Blaze, yeah, he's done it. Okay, let's have to double check that he hadn't hit the post here because it is game 7.
And this was a situation, Shogun, where AJ, I was expecting him to go for that pop into the bump. And it looked like he was trying to go for a shot instead, maybe just straight up air dribbling it in. But AJ, he's been so good at that play. We've seen Lion Blaze fall for it every time as well. So I'm a bit disappointed personally not to see AJ go for it yet again in that situation.
And Lion Blaze was well set up for it as well. He was in a good position to get hit by AJ. And AJ just could not execute. As Lion Blaze shot on. Let's see if he could catch AJ maybe mid-jump. And yeah, gonna go straight back. AJ found him.
Got him.
And AJ, after being caught by that so many times in the last few games by Lion Blaze, will get his own back.
That's quite funny. Lion Blaze was, it was only the fact that he had to hit the ball there that enabled AJ to catch him. That's what slowed him down, or else he would have been just fine. But, you know, that's the risk you run if you're trying to dribble the ball back into your own half. The fact that you hit it, it does slow you down. And AJ flipped him. Here comes Lion Blaze again, though, and he's just pushing AJ back. And now he's got a chance to do to AJ what AJ's been doing all day. Try to find a way through with the aerial route. He's just dominating right now, the boost. Lion Blaze refusing to give AJ 100. He's refusing to give him any time to grab even a small pad.
It's so reminiscent of the way Fairy Peak plays right now. Just keep on taking those shots. One of them will eventually go in. And whilst AJ will just wipe you out with one play. Lion Blaze is death by 1,000 cuts as he's stolen yet another one. AJ almost managed to scramble his way out.
AJ jumped so quick. AJ jumped so quick. He landed on the post and immediately jumped back out to get that ball. AJ on low boost. That was an amazing defensive stand that he just made to even get out of that situation with Lion Blaze. That was very good defense from AJ.
Oh, Lion Blaze demos, they're sneaky though. Like, AJ's trying to jump away from him. Lion Blaze is just reading exactly where he's going. But AJ's defense also impressive when it has to be. He's been the attacking force for the majority of the series, and he is right now as well. Picture perfect flick in off the joint. AJ leads 2-1.
Look at how much force that had, and that was unblockable for Lion Blaze. AJ has so many options. That's one of the things that makes him so hard to defend, which is unbelievable that Lion Blaze has been doing such a good job of it. But that flick was so hard. And another challenge where Lion Blaze just soaks it up, doesn't flip into it, and it's been working for him.
Oh, but still, AJ, you know, He keeps soaking up this pressure. He's doing so well from it, and now he's got a chance to try to pinch. Doesn't quite get it. Can still follow up anyway. Forces the challenge, and Lion Blaze manages to just squeeze it past the post. Might be able to take this, actually, but AJ's managed to recover well. Stole the 100. And now we get back to the flick. He's gone for another one, but not anywhere near as good as the last one was.
Oh, man. It's brutal. The 100 boosts being stolen from both sides. These guys just want to play. Lion Blaze is extremely committed here. Can he get back? I don't think he can. Not safely. Oh, he just avoids the demo. That was so close. AJ was going for it.
If AJ doesn't go for demo there, though. Oh, Lion
We
Blaze
got him.
open net. I was wondering on that play, if AJ just doesn't go for demo, does he outrace him anyway to the ball?
Yeah, maybe, but he wants to catch him. I think he saw Lion Blaze mid-flip, and he thought, well, I think I can get him on the landing, where there's nothing you can do right on the landing. But what he didn't calculate is that Lion Blaze could fly back down just a touch sooner than he expected, just so he could then get back up into the air a second time and avoid that bump that was coming in. You know, it's just a 50-50 masterclass from Lion Blaze to tie up the game once again.
And this game has just changed over and over again regarding what each player is trying to do. And now it's just steal boost, take out car. Now AJ, managed to find it. It's off the top of the goal this time around. And now he can go hunting over the top. He's got it in one more time. Lead gain for Lion Blaze.
Just look at the boost knowledge. Lion Blaze picked it up right as it spawned. He didn't even slow down. He was that confident the boost was spawning under him. And he picks it up, sets up the counter attack. 1 goal lead for Lion Blaze. He's been stuck in second forever in the power rankings, the first killer. Is he about to win against AJ, who for me had to be the tournament favorite going into today? He's still making all the saves that he needs to.
This is where AJ shines off the wall. Flip reset, saved by Lion Blaze. And now it's a race to the other end. AJ's out of boost. Can't get back. And Lion Blaze will extend the lead after making yet another huge stop.
And he'll keep doing this because now AJ has to go for these plays. These are no longer a luxury. He's got to make them work. And Lion Blaze will keep soaking them up, keep scoring the open net. AJ has got to think of something huge here.
He just has to go all in. You know, earlier on I'm talking about the fact that he didn't really want to for the risk, but you got to take those risks now. 2 down against Lion Blaze. I mean, with the defense he's been showing us, you need to put some incredible shots on target. AJ's recovery here has to be spectacular, and it is, of course. But Lion Blaze is in such a strong position. Every game that goes by, he seems to get a better read on AJ. All AJ really needs, though, is that 1 goal. Then we're right back to the kickoff, and then the mind games will commence.
AJ gonna take it down. Sees Lion Blaze on the wall, and he's nailed it. And here we go, Johnny. Kickoff is up next. Can AJ find the mind game he needs?
Oh boy, you know, he's been losing most of the big mind game kickoffs in the last game, but AJ, he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Let's see if what he's gonna go for here.
That has been like the get out of jail free card for Lion Blaze, the delayed kickoff.
It is
Each time he
Lion
doesn't
Blaze,
feel comfortable.
He is the one who's going for more of the tricky plays. AJ decides not to fly after this. He's saving his boost. Lion Blaze has got to look out for the demo in the back corner here. AJ might be playing for that. Indeed he is, but has to just settle for possession play. Lion Blaze has gotten away from him. He might be scoring. He is! And with a 2-goal lead and only 3 seconds of the clock, I think he might have done it.
Wow, Lion Blaze, what a comeback it's been from him in this series. AJ jumped out to that lead, and we thought AJ was going to be able to finish strong, but Lion Blaze, truly one of the best defensive performances that we have ever seen.
My goodness. AJ looked unstoppable this tournament. His offense completely swept the group stage. He swept Chronic, who's another, by the way, one of the top defensive players in North America and insanely mechanical. He beat Com 4-1, and Com played brilliantly. I just want to highlight, for those of you who missed the match, Com played fantastic Rocket League, and AJ still only dropped a game to him. And somehow Lion Blaze has just stopped him in his tracks, beaten 3 games in a row. I cannot believe that defensive display.
And Lion Blaze will take it all, wins the gold mine after a defensive performance that was just stellar. It was so good,
Mm.
and he earned this win. This series against AJ, I think, is going to be a classic Shogun.
And we were talking during the series about how Rocket League for 1v1 could be entering to a style of play where everyone's going to start playing like AJ was. But now we've got to pull almost the entire opposite way. Lion Blaze
Oh, boy.
showing up that defensive play could be the way to go. So for those of you at home, if you want to get involved in 1v1, take your pick out of the two styles and start learning from these guys. Do you want to be the Flash or do you want to be the Wall? Either way, we look forward to seeing you because this needs more high-level players to push these already phenomenal players even further.
Well, the trophy is going to Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze, he earned it. This trophy was forged in a fire of defense. And Lion Blaze, he had some great shots today too. But in the end, we will remember him for the stops that he was making. Oh, what? That's a salt and pepper shaker.
That is so perfect.
Well, which one's the trophy? can't even keep it up.
Look, James, the trophy is the friends we made along the way, okay?
Oh, yes. And speaking of friends, we're
Wow.
joined here by the one, the only Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, I'm shaking, bro. I'm shaking. God.
How on earth do you even come up with these saves? The game 6, game 7 saves, even game 5 had its fair share, but game 6 and 7, they're supposed to be the games that are the hardest to keep your cool and to, get these reads. But you just seem to get better with every passing game. Did it feel like you were just getting a better read on these crazy plays that AJ was making?
Yeah, I don't know. Like when AJ's in the air, you literally pre-jump that, and then he goes over you, or you just sit in the net and then he goes over you, right? It just goes over you no matter what.
Yeah.
But there was a point where I got a couple good saves and he started stopping the flip resets. He went for more of the ground air dribbles, and I feel way more comfortable against that. It might have been nerves on his end, I'm not sure, but there was just a point where like any flick, any air dribble that he brought, I knew where he was going with it, mainly because I've seen his plays in ranked and such. I know what he wants to do when he's on the ground.
And so, Lion Blaze, have you been tested that much with flip resets recently? Is this something that you start to see more and more of at the highest level, or is this usually a style that only certain players are bringing?
It's mainly like AJ, Chronic can do it sometimes. Calm brings that. Chicken brings that. J-Russ, I should say. I've gotten more used to reading it. It's just like against somebody like AJ who can just get a triple flip reset and then barely hit the bar is like there's no way to stop that unless he misses.
Yeah. Well, I kept on preparing myself to say, or something along to the effect of, I mean, Lion Blaze's defense has been the best in the world, but if what you're supposed to do against this, and watch an AJ goal go in, but then you would actually save the shot that I'm about to say. Oh, how do you save that anyway? Because you would get the ball past you, and then you'd somehow recover. Like, how are you coming up with these on the fly, like almost backup plan saves, where AJ waits till the last second to show you what he's really doing, and then you still have an answer for it anyway?
I honestly don't know myself. It's just how much time I put into 1v1s and playing on the goal line. It's just like it hits to a point of muscle memory where I can see one little thing and then I can swap to what I need to do.
So do you think you're going to start wanting to bring out the triple flip reset style, or do you think that's just never going to be you and you're just going to stick with the, good old fashioned, smart, calculated, methodical play?
Once I get to a point of being able to hit triple flip resets like that, I'd probably use it every now and then in games.
That's fair.
All right. Well, Lion Blaze, you won it. You took the cash and the trophy. So congratulations on that. Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to, or anything that you want to leave us with before you say your goodbye?
Nah, just everyone that believes in me. That's it. Everyone that believed in me to win this gold mine means a ton.
Well, you did it. Congratulations, Lion Blaze. It was a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you.
There you have it, Lion Blaze, the champion of the gold mine, and it seemed unlikely there for a moment. And that was John. I'm a believer in ones, man. That was so entertaining.
I don't know how it just keeps on delivering. You think, okay, here we go. Yeah, that's a predictable script. It's going to be 4-1 AJ, isn't it? When you see 3-1 and he's popping off, and then somehow Lion Blaze steps it up a level. And it just always seems to happen. There's been so many amazing one series already in the throughout history, and they just keep on coming with the mechanics and the intelligence of players increasing. Yeah, just get used to it, guys. I think this is just the beginning.
Oh yes, I'm with you, Johnny. Especially with free to play, Rocket League is only growing from this point on. But that's going to do it for us today. Shogun, any final things you want to leave us with? Maybe, or Frank, either one of you guys.
Frank, he's all tuckered out at this point. I'm gonna let him relax. He's been full of emotions this entire time. He's very active in that side. He's about to be. I'm getting out of this thing as soon as I can. Stand casting was a terrible idea. But for those of you that thought, oh, there's no RLCS this week, it's going to be a nice, quiet week. Absolutely not. Today has delivered, and we are not done yet, because tomorrow, Europe takes to the stage, and we'll get to see who is going to come out of that one on top. And we can only hope that we can have a final that delivers to the same amount.
Johnny, anything you want to leave us with?
Just shout out to GoldRush for putting on this amazing event in the one gap week we've got between RLCS X splits. I'm sure that the community appreciates such a unique and different event coming in amidst all the 3v3.
Oh yeah, 1v1s. They're here to stay, and they're always entertaining. But that's going to do it for us. Shogun hit the nail on the head. We've got the Goldmine EU tomorrow. Make sure to stop by at 10 a.m. Pacific. That's when the show's starting. And if it's half as good as the tournament was today, then you will leave entertained. I can guarantee that. But from everybody here at GoldRushGG, thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah.